I want to start at least one meeting early this year.
This is your last chance.
All right, grassroots, let's go.
50 seconds.
Why would you do
45.
It was an inside joke.
that? I don't know if it was inside, but I understood it was a joke, but I still ask why.
Okay, grassroots, are we on? Thank you. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County for Wednesday, December 21st, our last scheduled regular meeting of the year. Let's start by asking, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
There is one deletion, your land use action number 6, the Jeep Jamboree.
Okay, and we discussed that at the end of our work session yesterday, that we're wanting, that is an administrative approval, and it's more appropriate for it to go directly through the Special Events Committee first before appearing before us. And then they will take the usual actions of going out to the various caucuses to ask for comments on the proposal, as well as all safety and other people involved. Thank you.
Rachel, excuse me, is this not an addition?
I think that may be what John Redmond, who just left the room,
No, that's,
is this an addition?
it's for January's meeting.
For
So that's just a distribution for you.
Okay, this is
Sorry.
the list of boards and commissions so that we can look it over before we go to the, is that what it is?
Yes.
Our work session in January, we'll discuss those. So it's just to have a little holiday homework. Okay, so there are no further additions or deletions. We will now go to public comments. Are the members of the public here who would care to speak to issues before the board? There being none, we will close that public comment section of the meeting and go on to commissioner comments. Or, John, did you want to go before the commissioner comments?
No, we can go ahead.
Okay, commissioner comments. George?
I'll start. As we enter the holiday season, I want to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah. Tonight's the second night of Hanukkah. Merry Christmas, which is coming up on Sunday. Happy Festivus for those who like that holiday.
Greek gods?
And also to celebrate the winter solstice is today, December 21. So starting tomorrow, the days are going to be getting longer. So that's a good thing. So I hope everyone has a happy, safe, and a prosperous new year as well.
Thank you, George. Jack?
Happy New Year, Merry Christmas to all.
Michael?
What George said.
Brevity is always an asset, and I understand that. Ralph?
I'll also reiterate those comments. Happy holidays to everybody, but I also want to make a little note that this is one of the busiest times for our tourist economy out there, so everybody be safe and be courteous to the tourists that are out there, and relax, it's Aspen, and relax, it's Pickens County, so just enjoy and let's get through the holidays well.
Yeah, that's a great warning, and I think I would put it back to Jim Marcalunas, used to always remind people, hey, it's icy, slow down, avoid the accidents, so much easier, and be careful walking too. We have some slippery sidewalks. If you haven't finished your Christmas shopping yet, remember to shop local. Always helps our local community, our local businesses. And there's going to be a tremendous number of events that are available to the public, many for free. The City of Aspen's hosting its 12 Days of Aspen activities. A lot of things going on up at the Arc and on the mall and other places. So just a lot to do. A lot of the arts and nonprofits are having wonderful gala occasions, and it's just a great time to be involved in the community. I would like to ask our board that we take a moment in silence, though, as we go into this holiday season, to acknowledge all those who will not be returning from war, who will not be with their families, who those families will be suffering, those who've been injured in the two wars, and perhaps on a happy note that we have seemingly, at least for the troops, fully withdrawn from Iraq. And that is a momentous occasion for a great many people. A great many people will be with their families who weren't expecting it. But we can pray that in the new year there is stability and that suffering comes to an end for people on all sides of this conflict. You know, and that actually brings to mind one last thing that we should mention is that there was a semi-tragic fire in the Castle Ridge frying pan area. I say semi-tragic because there was no loss of life, and that's always a good thing, and that may be what's most important. But there's a lot of families out in the cold at this time, and there are collections being taken up. Both today's newspapers had information about where to donate. It seems like there's being a couple funds set up with local banks. I read that they're no longer soliciting clothing donations, but financial contributions are still helping and are still needed, and that there has been a tremendous outpouring already. Local community businesses, local community nonprofits, and others. I think we'll be discussing at the end of our meeting what we may be able to do from our remaining contingency funds. But everyone chip in and help out. This is just a hard time for anyone to be losing everything they have. And often when people are renters, they don't have renter's insurance. And so it's a real tough time. Okay, we will go from those items, unless anyone else says anything else, to the consent actions. And I'm going to ask our staff to come up for a discussion of the certification of the mill levies, so that we have some information on that. It is on consent actions, but I think we should have some small discussion at least first. In the meantime, is there a motion for the to approve the minutes of December 6th, the special meeting of December 7th, the regular meeting, and the 11/15 and 11/22 work sessions? Rob?
Rachel, I'll move to approve the first three. I was not here for the 22nd.
Okay, so that's the December 6th special meeting, December 7th regular meeting, and the November 15th work session. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there a motion from someone else on the board to approve the November 22nd work session minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we will now go on to the item which is titled Certification of Mill Levies, Debbie Nelson and John Redmond. And it looks like Tom Oken's standing in for Debbie Nelson.
That's correct.
Thank you. Just identify yourselves for the record and walk the public and us through this.
Okay, John Redmond.
Tom Ogen, County Treasurer.
We're here today seeking the approval of the mill levy raise and the associated amounts, which will be the property taxes which we collect for next year. Overall, we've seen a decrease this year from $117 million to $103 million, which is a 12% overall drop. The largest drops in the collections were the Aspen School District and Colorado Mountain College. In addition, Open Space and Trails is seeing a $1.8 million reduction in their collection. We discussed the Picken County related mill levies last week. This week, the things that we're looking at that are new are all the other districts. These are school districts, Aspen Valley Hospital, general improvers districts, metro districts, what else are we? Fire. Yeah, a whole lot of different districts. And the way that these calculations are made is quite a complex thing. If we ever had a graph, you would start here and it would look like a spider web, because there's so many different decisions that have to be made based upon where your property is, which districts you're affected by, and then within those districts, whether it's a Tabor thing, whether you've got a fixed mill levy, whether it's a capital improvement, whether it's debt related. There's a lot of different decisions which have to be made.
Ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Just while you're going through this, because we got this separate packet here.
Sure.
We were emailed a packet on Monday, I believe. Is this any different from that, or is this the exact same?
That's
Okay,
it.
I just
It's
wanted to make
just a
sure.
hard copy.
I just wanted to make sure before I
Yeah.
started trying to find it's one number that's different.
Okay, there you go.
No, it's the same thing. Substantially easier sometimes when you have a hard copy. We do have several graphs here which show the distribution of the $103 million that you're collecting. I think that Picken County in and of itself gets 22.6% of the total, of which the general fund services, which we call our core services, represents 5.3% of that $103 million. Everything else, the bulk of it goes to schools, which is around 42%. ABH gets 7.1%. Now, one of the things of which we showed you last week was this chart which shows the total collections against the assessed valuations. Last week, we didn't have the final bar here, which is the final vertical column, which shows the total
2012.
collection for 2012. As you can see, the valuation has come down from over $3.5 million to roughly $2.7 million. And the total overall collection, again, has been reduced by 12%. Any questions on any of these graphs?
You mean billions, don't you? The valuation?
Valuation, yes.
George?
Yeah, on your pie chart, John?
Yes.
You just noted that the 5.3% of total property tax funds to general fund services, but then when I look down at the pie chart under Picken County Core Services, it has 6.4%.
Is that because road and bridge is thrown in there as well? The small
Yeah,
road, the levy and debt?
I'm not sure what the reconciling item on that is.
And then the other question I have while looking at that, and I really like the pie chart.
No, there's nothing there.
But I would also like to see, I'm sure you could do this easily, if we could break out the schools in Basalt Library from the Aspen School District, RE1 and Basalt Library. I think that would be good to see. But I think this is a great representation, and I would like to see, perhaps when we have a discussion with our assessor, when Tommy sends out the tax bills, to send something like this out in a pie chart form as well. I think that would be really informative for the taxpayers. It's better understand where the dollars are going.
As a separate sheet, not.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's why not reformatting the bill, so.
There is another sheet which details every district
Yeah.
and what percent their tax revenue is of the total. It's pretty small print, but the 1, 2, 3, the fourth to the last column, it says 2011 of total is the percent. So the first line actually is the 6.4% for the county, which constitutes the county's general fund, road and bridge fund, and the social services fund. So it's not just the general fund that's in that
Oh, okay.
6.4, is the answer there. And if you go down to the school districts, so the Aspen School District makes up 22.5% of the total tax collected. The Roaring Fork School District, our portion of it in Big County, is 8.2% of the total tax. So, yeah, if you have a question about another district, you can find their specific percentage there.
Okay. If you want to continue
Any more questions that we,
so far?
yeah.
Okay, Rob?
I'll ask a question, and just as I was going through this as a business owner who owns a triple net lease, how come we don't break this out so that we can view property valuation on a commercial side versus a residential side and see how the mill levies are affecting that side of the economy and those sorts of things. And maybe if you can give a brief explanation on how commercial property tax is in this somehow.
Yeah, commercial property makes up a portion of the total valuation that's in there. There is essentially a difference in the way commercial property is taxed versus residential. However, and the way that's implemented is by going from the actual value of the property to assessed value, and then assessed value is what the various tax levies are applied to get your tax bill. So for residential property, the actual value is multiplied by, I believe it's 7.96%, something like that. Roughly 8% of actual value is the assessed value. For commercial property and unimproved residential property, basically vacant land, the percentage is 29%. So you can see that commercial, because their valuation, assessed valuation is 29% of actual versus 8% for residential. Commercial property is taxed at a rate that's more than 3 times the rate of residential property. And that balance is all due to an amendment to the Constitution a long time ago, the state constitution called the Gallagher Amendment. And what it says is that statewide, and I may get these percentages reversed, but I think it says statewide, 45% of the property tax bill will be paid by residential property, and 55% will be paid by commercial. And in order to effectuate that, those different percentages are applied to actual value to get assessed value, so that statewide it all ends up that way of the total property tax bill.
And do you have a general percentage of how much of the property value, the $2.7 billion, is commercial and how much of that is residential?
I don't off the top of my head. The assessor does put out an abstract, which will be on their website, on the county's website, under assessor, and it breaks out the valuation by the different classes: residential, commercial, industrial, there's agricultural, and some others. I offhand don't know the makeup on that.
Just kind of general comment that, I think, or at least my belief is that a lot of the cost of doing business, part of it is, the taxes you pay, of course, just like the cost of living in a home. You have to pay taxes to the county. Affects our economy in various ways. So maybe a note for next year as we go through the budget process to have a little more information on, the commercial property value and taxation. So I think it's interesting to see how they balance, and, Gallagher is something that we've talked about through CCI and making amendments to that in the future, and not that it's going to go very far, but it's certainly something that affects our economy. So anyway, thank you very much for that information.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Rob, and continuing education for all of us about state regs and state constitution is always helpful, because I can't remember any of it off the top of my head anymore, but I know there's also kind of a challenging issue about how what really act as tourist accommodations in terms of condos or fractionals are taxed at the residential rate as opposed to the commercial rate, is my understanding. And yet they really are commercial enterprises, and is that a fair, would be a lot more within the commercial realm to split those retail leases down if they were counted there appropriately as well. But they'll tell you then it would drive up the bed cost and affect the economy as well, so.
A lot of layers to
A
that
lot of
onion.
layers into this whole little spider web. Do you have any other
No,
questions
that's
you'd
it
like to ask?
For now, thank you.
No.
One thing I'd like to explain is that the process itself is really a 3-year process. What we're seeking approval for today is the 2011 taxes, which we collect next year. And it's a 3-year process, meaning in 2010, we, as of, I think, June 30th, we get the assessed value. In 2011, that value is discussed, and in 2012, it's actually collected. So I think people are confused as to what year is this really for? It's, it's assessed in year 1. We tell you what it's going to be in year 2, and in year 3, we collect it. So, normally in an upgoing market, it's you catch you somewhat get a little bit of a gain because you're paying
The lag.
retroactively. However, in a declining market, it can be frustrating because your value of your property's dropped, yet your property taxes have not.
Other questions at this point? Okay, please continue. Okay, well, how do these
Yes.
individual boards or districts that we're certifying now, how do they set their
Well,
mill levy?
they come,
I mean, they have a regular public meeting and hearings on their budgets for the year and things like that?
yes, and they submit to us by the December 15th. And between the 15th and in essence Monday, we recompile those. Our position is not one where we are overly questioning what it is. If there's something that's grossly wrong, we will certainly question it. However, we're just kind of a conduit in the overall taxation.
So we don't have a chance or a power, as it were, to go in and modify Aspen Village Metro District or the
No, not unless
Carbondale Fire
something's,
District or something like that?
not unless something's jumping off the chart.
Yeah,
I think
we can
we're
ask
just-
them if the numbers
Exactly.
are in error. Okay. And I would note, it looks like we have close to 20 metro districts throughout that.
That's correct.
And what is a metro district in general?
Well, it can be something which is set up to create a sewer system, let's say. And it's like a giant homeowners association, which the group votes and decides if we want to either raise money or spend money or collect money. I think there are some districts, such as Aspen Village, which in a lot of ways acts almost like the HOA in the size of the collection.
So they can do things like snow plowing out of that, or your monthly water bills, or everything
Yeah.
can be included. So that,
It could be.
that is sometimes looked in as people saying, oh, look how high my property taxes are, but it is basic residential neighborhood services.
Yeah, it would be typically what you pay for an HOA fee. It also can improve the way that the collections go too. People have a tendency to pay their property taxes better than they do their HOA assessments. So,
Okay. Thank you. Any other board questions about this? Okay. If there's no other questions, is there a motion for the certification of the mill levies?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Rob?
Yeah, I just have a logistical question. Again, this is the first time I'm certifying a mill
Sure.
levy. Why is it that this is a consent action item and it's not a public hearing? And it seemed to me like this is something that you'd want to at least offer public comment to. And
I would
I
turn
don't
to
know.
our.
I don't know why this
It-
fell on our agenda this way. Just out of curiosity.
It's really just a formality that you, as the Board of County Commissioners, are charged with accumulating all the mill levies of all the districts, putting them in this packet that you then certify to the county assessor, who then takes the mill levies, applies it to the valuations, and generates the tax roll for collection next year. So the public hearings with respect to all the individual mill levies are held by the districts themselves. That's where the public could influence setting those various mill levies. At this stage, you're basically just rubber stamping it and passing it on to the assessor. It's all this action.
We're the accountants.
Right.
The
We're
bookkeepers.
We're the accumulators.
So, just so that I heard you clearly, the opportunity for the public to comment on these things, just as we set our mill levies as a county, those were public hearings, and they could have commented at that point, or may have commented at that point. And all the districts have public hearings of some sense for their members of that district, where they solicit public comment. What would happen if we did not certify the mill levies?
I don't know, we never have not.
You'd be sued.
For not fulfilling your,
Ultimately compelled.
yeah. We'd be backfilling a lot of budgets after we lost the lawsuit.
Let's call the question then.
Jack?
Yeah, just to reiterate, this is a certification of mill levy information that was provided to us or we created within the organization, but it's not, has nothing, let's see, not nothing, but it is not levying the tax. That's what we did last week at second reading, for example.
Yes, with respect to the county's
Yeah.
share
that
of the
was
property
an
tax.
example. And
Yeah.
as Rob indicated, others had the opportunity within their own board setting.
Yes. Okay. Well, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, thank you very much for your time on that. We will now move on to consent actions, first reading, set for public hearing on January 11th, 2012. I will read the items that are on this portion of our agenda. The first is an ordinance prohibiting the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises for the duration of the 2012 X Games. The second is, actually, item number 4, an ordinance authorizing the board to enter into a lease agreement with the Bureau of Land Management for the Crown Mountain Communication Site. The item 5 is a resolution authorizing Pickens County to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Eagle County for the 2011 through 2014 season of snow removal in the Frying Pan Valley. Number 6 is a resolution establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2012 as required by Resolution 78-121. And item number 7 is a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2011 budget, August through November. Let me ask the board, are there any items that you would like to see pulled from the consent agenda? Jack?
Not sure that I need to actually pull it, but I certainly need to ask a question on the ordinance authorizing the board to enter into a lease agreement with the Bureau of Land Management. This is kind of a new form I'm not familiar with. Has to do with,
Okay,
I
well,
guess,
let's,
fire. So we could pull it.
yeah, let's go ahead and pull that for a brief discussion. Is there any other items that people would like to pull?
I just have just a quick question on item number 5, resolution for IGA with Eagle County.
Okay, again, we'll just go ahead and pull those so we can have the discussion and clear off as many as we can.
And I have quick questions on 3, 6, and 7, so.
Okay, okay, we will take these one at a time. Okay, the first item, ordinance prohibiting the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises for the duration of the X Games. John, if you'd like to explain that, it's kind of a traditional measure we take.
It is definitely traditional, and hopefully the tradition will continue into the future. It's a prohibition of public consumption of alcohol outside of a licensed premises. Basically, I think most people refer to it or know this type of prohibition as an open container law. The county does not enact such a prohibition throughout the year and does not feel that it's necessary, so we've never taken the steps to do so. We started to do this in conjunction with the Winter X Games event and found that it was very successful in prohibiting a lot of problems that go along with that. The prohibition extends not only to the areas that you might think, the venue itself, but also public transportation, bus stops,
Brush Creek
county
intercept
roads,
lots.
parking lots, et cetera. So that is the traditional step. And Rob, do you have a question?
Well, I mean, I'm all in favor of this ordinance. My question was that it was curious to me that we did not have a regular open container law. So there's no ordinance or law on county property that people can consume alcohol. I'm sure there's a intoxication law, public
If you're-
intoxication.
If you're
but-
drunk and disorderly, so to speak, yes. But otherwise, open container prohibitions are not enforced in the county as a regular.
And you say not enforced. Are
But
they
they're not.
They're not
imposed.
illegal.
That's right. It's completely legal to have an open container in the county as long as you're not abusing it
As long as you're not driving,
and you're not driving, obviously.
yeah.
And not a minor.
And you're not a minor, and the other obvious limitations that go along with state law. But for the county itself, we do not prohibit open containers, with the exception of the winter X Games. And every year, we go through the two-step process to enact an ordinance to impose this prohibition. And we do it every year as a mechanism to remind people that there is a prohibition on open consumption of alcohol outside of licensed premises. And we set it up so that we first have a first reading and a public hearing adopting the ordinance just before on the last, essentially the last BOCC meeting before the X Games event.
Two other quick questions. One, is there a prohibition to open containers within the city of Aspen?
I would have to ask one of the police officers to tell you the truth, but I believe there is, but I'm not sure right now.
I think there is.
Yeah.
And my last question is, I think the most important thing to this ordinance is outreach and education. If we just go through 3 meetings here and I'm not sure that most people know that it's legal during the rest of the year. Maybe we shouldn't get that out, but it seems to me like the important step behind this from a county is outreach. So I would
Yeah.
get a note to the sheriff that make sure that they publicize that the laws are changing during the X Games.
They do that every year.
Yeah.
They do that, and the X Games are very aggressive about advertising that's an alcohol-free event. This really had a lot to do with their wanting to control buttermilk, preventing underage drinking, as well as the Brush Creek Intercept lot. The first year or two when this wasn't in effect, there was a lot of people doing a lot of heavy drinking at that Intercept lot and then wanting to get on the RAFTA bus, and it caused some problems for RAFTA, and it was pretty disruptive in the parking lot as well. So there's a lot of outreach that goes on about that. But yeah, it's a good reminder to make sure no one new to the community is unaware of it. Let's go ahead and then vote on these as they go along as we get our questions answered. Jack, you have a comment?
A question for John. Not exactly on this, but about the event and related. How about the pat-downs and the searches they do? Is that legal, constitutional at Buttermilk?
Do you go
And
through
at the parking area?
do you go through a screening?
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, that's an accepted practice, and it has been determined to be legal.
Through the
Other
courts,
places,
you think?
Other places than here. We've never experienced a challenge for any of the activities or any of the screenings here. Well, for this or any other event.
Yeah, I asked the question of our sheriff, and he was unaware of exactly how it was going, and he seemed to have a communication last year that this was, even at the parking lot at Brush Creek, for example. And I think they somewhat moderated it not to be so excessive. Checking packs is one thing, but pat-downs, et cetera, I just simply don't support any of that. To me, it's not constitutional. It's an invasion of privacy. And, I'll mention my piece to our sheriff. Though it's private property or the permit area, that makes a difference right there. And so that's how I think they might be able to proceed.
It's a free event, and it's your choice to attend or not attend, and if you choose to attend, it's under their obligations. I can understand what you're saying, Jack, but I would note that if you're going to a Denver Bronco game right now, you're electronically wanded for handguns, and there have been, sadly, increasing incidences of people bringing tasers, bringing handguns, and violence at these events, and so they're trying to keep it as family-friendly as possible, and that means searching for the 1 in 10,000 bad apple, unfortunately. Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 3 prohibiting the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public presence for the duration of the winter 2012 X Games?
So,
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That was an eye catching up.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
I was
Okay,
looking at my next item.
Jody, if you'd like to come forward. The second item we will discuss is the ordinance authorizing the board to enter into a lease agreement with the Bureau of Land Management on the Crown Mountain Communication Site. Please,
So
this is a catch-up as well.
This is a catch-up. This lease has been in place since 1999 with the Bureau of Land Management. In 2009, we requested a change in the way that lease was written so that it became, rather than a use only, we now have management capabilities for it so that we can lease out space and be able to maybe have revenue in the future for the Crown Mountain translator sites. So that's it. Jack, you have a question?
Jack, please.
Yeah, wondering what the last page is telling us.
The way I understand
This seems to be a new element this year.
that's a software program that the fire management for the BLM put in there, and what it basically is, I believe, is it's just telling us. It's the software they used to enable for them to make the recommendations for us to do that 50-foot clearing and all of the narrative that's the pages just before that, pages 6 and 7. So it's basically saying, it says that he's attached the fire behavior runs so that you can see the change in intensity for the behaviors pre and post treatment. And I will say that in 2009, much of that work was done. Those clearings were all done. This is just.
Wasn't that consistent with our construction project there?
Absolutely. It was contingent with that.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? You want to make a motion to approve it?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have a lease agreement with Bureau of Land Management for our communication site on Crown Mountain. Item number 5. Is this Brian? Come on forward. Thank you. Just putting you guys through the paces before the New Year's. This is the resolution authorizing Pickens County to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Eagle County for the 2011-2014 season of snow removal in the Frying Pan River. As we all know, that road dips in and out of Pickens and Eagle counties. Please.
Yeah, this is not new. This has been taking place for many, many years, and it's a really good agreement between the two counties because...
Identify yourself.
I'm sorry. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county. And Melissa really took care of the contract with Eagle County. She's the Public Works Administrator.
Thank you.
I just happen to have the background of the program, which ultimately saves taxpayers money because otherwise, for that first 19 miles of the Frying Pan Road, Pitkin County would be driving a truck through with the plow up to get to the Pitkin County section of the Frying Pan. With this agreement in place, that time will not be wasted. We can plow the road, get reimbursed for our equipment time and labor that it requires, and Eagle County can then focus on other areas of the Roaring Fork Valley within their county. So I think it's beneficial for both Pitkin County and Eagle County.
Who had requested questions?
Two questions.
Please, George.
Brian, do we also have an agreement with the Forest Service up there? Do they do any plowing on their roads?
They do not.
They don't. I forget what the deal was, but I know I received a comment from the caucus up there that there was a small little stretch that wasn't being done, and I can't remember what that was now.
It's the Eagle Eagle Thomasville Road that goes up to the
There was
old
a little-
fish hatchery.
Right.
And they were concerned that Eagle County wasn't plowing their portion up to the final home. That's being done now, and I believe the agreement that Eagle County struck with the homeowner was that we'll do it if you're there. If you're not at your house, there's no reason for us to plow up to your house, and I think that the homeowner was fine with that. I saw a flurry of communication through email between the road and bridge director and the homeowner. So that is the way it's being handled now.
Okay, good. And then also, there was a question about signages on that road to, on both ends of that road, the Eagle Thomasville Road, to alert motorists that that road may be hazardous or impassable when wet. And I know there was signages up there before and they got knocked down. And do we know whether there's signages, not only on our side, but also on the Eagle County side?
I don't know that, but I can check. I'll make sure that there's something installed. So it's to alert people to the hazard of the road?
When, yeah, because when it's wet, it may become impassable.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check that.
And on both ends. That'd be
Great.
great, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? George, would you like to make a motion on that?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing Pickens County to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Eagle County for the 2001 to 2014 season of snow removal in the Frying Pan Valley.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Just like to thank you, Melissa, for your work organizing this and getting that together. We really appreciate it.
I have one quick question.
Okay.
Just as I read that, should that be 2011, 2012 season, or is this a?
We'll be able to run this through another year with board approval.
Okay, great.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much again. Merry Christmas. Okay, number 6. Who had asked this one to come off? Was that you,
I
Rob?
did.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just hoping for a little explanation
Sure.
on how the calculation was made and
Yeah,
what
and-
role we have in approving the calculation.
Okay.
Please.
This is regarding the 2%.
Identify yourself
Oh,
again.
excuse me, John Redmond. This item is, we're seeking approval of the redistribution, which we do annually. Pickens County currently has a 2% sales tax. Per resolution, well, it's shared between Pickens County, City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, and Salt. Per resolution 78-121, Pickens County's share of the 2% is 43%. That's fixed, it doesn't change. The remaining 57%, we adjust every year. The adjustment period is a 24-month period, which in this case starts in, I believe, September of 2009 through August of this year. So each of the Aspen, Snowmass Village, and Basalt send us their numbers, which they believe are the taxes which they have collected. And from those three components, the percentages that they get from those three amounts are distributed amongst that 57%. In this case, Aspen gets 77%, Snowmass gets 19%, Basalt gets 4%.
And that's based on their tax collections from the prior year.
Of that 24-month period.
Yeah.
So just so I heard that correctly, it's distributed, if Aspen were to do more sales in the last 2 years in that 24-month period, they would get a larger portion of it.
That's
So it's
correct.
a way of calculating their proportionate contribution of collection.
Right. And the pool is those three areas, because the county-only portion, such as the ABC, does not go into that pool, in essence. It's really just strictly for the municipalities, the areas which they collect.
And my other question is, much like the certification of the mill levies, this seems to be a fairly well thought out mathematical calculation. I had a little question about the 24 months because that could skew that based on what happens 2 years ago versus what happens now, but as long as it's consistent throughout town. But what if we don't approve this and
We get sued?
we get
I don't think we get sued quite as quickly. We probably get a phone call.
Yeah.
I mean, here we are approving a thought-out formula.
Correct.
So, you know, it's brought before us for us to question that formula. But clearly, through a legal aspect, the advice would be don't question the formula.
Well, no, the reason John takes this, as well as the previous certification to you guys, is because as the county commissioners, you oversee all the actions of the county. The county acts not only in its own completely discretionary manner with imposing our own taxes and what to do, how to spend that money that we collect, but we also administer statutory offices like the assessor and the treasurer and so forth. And these things have to happen as a function of law. And so the municipalities are entitled to a share of this collected sales tax, and this is the allocation.
Thank you for indulging my
Oh,
first year
no.
end of year
This
wrap
is-
up understanding.
This is great for the public as well, and, you know, this, I'll be clear for the public, this is a first reading, the public hearing is on January 11th. I don't think we've ever really run into a circumstance where the SALT or Snowmass or Aspen has protested the percentage and come to us, but they could if they thought we were in error with that calculation. And the resolution 78-121, that was a ballot question, wasn't it? That was approved by the public.
I believe so.
And so this formula and our actions are somewhat mandated by a public vote. Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments on this? Okay, then I would entertain.
I have, excuse me.
Oh, please, go ahead.
I have just one more change. To the actual resolution itself, which I can hand out, the effective date on the resolution that you hold is January 1st, 2011. And the actual date is January 1st, 2012.
Okay.
So if you'd like a copy of that.
Oh, that's, I think we can. I would like to solicit a motion for approval of the resolution establishing the formula of distribution of municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2012 as required by Resolution 78-121 and as amended to reflect the date January 1st, 2012.
Second.
Okay? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. And now, you might as well stay there, John. This is the final item, the resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2011 budget, August through November.
Throughout the year, the board has approved a number of supplementals for the budget. What we try to do 3 or 4 times a year is come back to you seeking a formal adoption of those supplemental approvals. In this case, we're looking for a period between August and November of this year. So everything in here is something which has been approved with the exception of 2 items. I think there's the adoption of a grant from the ambulance district, and then a $2,500 additional expenditure for, is it Klein Creek Bridge? Otherwise, you've seen all these items.
Or is it Coal Creek Bridge?
This Klein Creek
Pine
is
Creek
what we've got.
is a different one. Okay. And so we have seen these items during work session
That's
as
correct.
budget supplementals. But if there's any in particular items that people would like to question or ask more detail on.
You know, just sort of as
George.
a note, under the second item concerning the Redstone Ranch Improvement District, it's noted that this is necessary to appropriate an additional $2,500 to maintain a vibrant and sustainable community. Probably should be just to maintain a safe road and access. I know that's just language that you
For a
normally-
vibrant
that
and
you sort of
sustainable
normally
community.
use, but I got a little chuckle out of that.
It's creative writing sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else on the board have questions on any of these items? Okay, is there a motion then?
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2012 budget running August through November.
Okay,
Second.
and it's been made and seconded, and again, the public hearing on all these items will be on January 11th, 2012. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We now will go on to the consent public hearings. The first item is a resolution approving the 2012 through 2015 Community Services Block Grant application. We all discussed this a little bit last week. I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to comment on the Community Services Block Grant application? There being none, I will leave the public hearing open, but we will bring the discussion back to the table. Board, any questions on this item? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the resolution for the 2012 to 2015 Community Services Block Grant.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. Any further discussion? Yeah, I would just note that these are, it's a great agreement to have in place, but they're probably subject to future congressional appropriations year by year. So we'll have to see how that all plays out. Okay? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. The next item is a resolution setting initial airport fees and charges for 2012. Jim Elwood and Tom Oken are here for that. Jim was not available last week when we had a few small questions, but I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Is anyone here from the public to comment on the airport fees and charges for 2012? There being none, I will close the public hearing, and I think, Rob, you had some of the questions before, if you want to go through.
Yeah, I mean, most of my questions were asked the last time, and, you know, my concern is, as we raise fees, you know, is there going to be an added cost to our travelers, and perhaps to the detriment of some of our economy? And through the conversation, I think it was made pretty clear that this is a small amount of the cost of doing business here for these airlines, and their, as Rachel pointed out, their fees, their cost to the customer is primarily done based on the demand for the product, perhaps more than their cost of these small fees. But
And certainly their interest in seeing long-term airport improvements.
Yeah, I think
Jim,
that.
introduce yourself,
I
please.
apologize, Jim Elwood, I'm the airport director. I think that, like all businesses, airlines and others, look at the amount of value they're getting in return for the fees that they pay. And we've had a tremendous relationship with the airlines, and I think that the simple fact that both United and now with the addition of American Airlines have added service, that the fees are not a detriment to entering our market or enhancing service in our market. There is a lot of pressures on the airlines to look for ways to keep their costs down, of course, and we're very sensitive to that. But when they see an opportunity to do better in the market, for example, 10 days or so ago, I was on an airplane, knew the captain on the SkyWest aircraft, and he told me that they had been able to carry 11 additional passengers to Chicago over what they would have been able to do had the runway extension not been constructed that particular day. Now, all of our data that we collected on the improvements and what the benefits would be, we're really focused on the summer warm months. So here in November, December, we're still seeing some benefits from it, and that goes directly to their ability to be effective in their business and generate revenue and, of course, benefit our communities. So I think you have to look at this really as a value-driven decision, and whether or not we're getting good value in snow removal and the services we provide.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, George?
Yeah, thanks for adding the additional airport locations to look at some of our competitors from the ski areas, airports. But I was really surprised, again, every time I look at these, I get a little surprised. Durango really surprised me in terms of the total number of plane passengers and the cost, how low the cost is per plane passenger. Having been in the travel business for a decade or so, these numbers really surprised me that airport is doing that much in terms of passenger employments and at that low of cost.
Durango's grown tremendously over the past couple of years. That number would have been about half the passenger traffic, probably 5 years ago. the addition of Frontier Airlines, the oil and gas boom down there really did make a significant change. That airport has, and this is always the challenge when you compare yourself to other airports and fees and charges or, you know, all kinds of things, is that it's a difficult to benchmark airport to airport to airport. For example, they have a natural gas line that runs through the Durango airport. And a number of years ago, during one of the oil and gas busts, they bought equipment to extract gas out of that pipeline that's high pressure, not treated gas yet pipeline. They started to treat it and now buy gas at a very wholesale level to support their airport infrastructure. And so they were able to do that at an extremely low cost. And so one thing you'll learn about airports, and I think it's very true for us too, is that we're about as close as you can be in the private sector and still be in the public sector, because we think in that kind of terms all the time. How do we lower our costs? How do we provide a better product to the user in the end? And what the airport director, Ron Dent, did in Durango, I think, is just a classic case of that. And that's probably reflects how he's been able to influence the rates and charges.
Jack?
Yeah, Jim, I would also agree it's pretty neat to see the various ski area resorts throughout the state listed here. But I'm wondering, without specific numbers though, but where does Telluride stack up?
Telluride, we weren't able to get Telluride. There were a couple of airports that didn't respond to our request. Telluride has a relatively small number of passengers coming through. They're very affected by weather. The airport's made a lot of capital improvements in the last 5 or 6 years. You know, realigned the runway, rebuilt the runway, some of those kind of things. But their weather is so variable. Their cancellation rate is quite high for the airlines there. And a lot of their traffic ends up being diverted to Monarch runways.
Are there any further questions? Okay, then I would accept a motion. Oh, excuse me. Did we already do the public hearing? I think we did.
No,
You
not
had
for
opened
this
it in
item.
the
Okay.
beginning.
Is there anyone here to comment on the initial airport fees and charges for 2012? Okay. There being none, I will close the public hearing for that item and ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution setting the initial airport fees and charges for 2012.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and have a very busy holiday season, Jim. We want you to be as busy as possible out there, and we know you will do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. You know, let's just take a short 5-minute break and get White in here for this item. I'm sure he's about to run in for the resolution on redistricting. I think it might be a slightly longer discussion. So we'll break for 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome to everyone who's tuning in. It's Wednesday, December 21st at the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We are going to discuss in a moment the resolution redistricting the voting precincts and polling places. But while we're getting the PowerPoint set up, I would like to get our continued activities taken care of, which will just take a simple motion. But the land use consent public hearings for the Barta Paso PUD rezoning first reading should be continued to 1/11, as well as their subdivision PUD conceptual submission, activity envelope review, GMQS exemption, and major plat amendment first reading. Again, we'll be soliciting a motion to continue those to January 11th, 2012. It's a public hearing. Is anyone here from the public to have commented on those items that we're continuing? Seeing none.
Move to continue both items.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those items are continued. And we will now, as we get the PowerPoint up, do we need to bring the screen down?
Yes, it's actually just going to be paper.
Okay, that's fine, but we'll still use the screen.
And Rachel, if you left the public hearing open from this last item, you can just use that for the redistricting.
Okay. I don't know if I left it. Okay, I'm more in the habit of opening and closing. them.
Okay, you can open it again.
Thank you. We're now going to talk about the redistricting, and that occurs after a census every 10 years, and that is after we have now also formally gone through the commissioner districts to reportion the appropriate populations, but now we are looking at voting precincts. So Dwight, just introduce yourself for the record and introduce the item.
I will. My name is Dwight Shellman. I am the election manager for Pitkin County. And the item before you today is a second reading on a resolution revising and establishing new voting precincts until further or subsequent resolution of the board. Our original proposal, as you know, was to reduce the number of existing precincts from 10 to a total of 8. That proposal was really predicated on our unchallenged assumption that we needed to have a designated polling place physically located within each precinct. At the December 4th regular meeting, Frida Wallison interposed some objections on behalf of the Pitkin County Republican Party, essentially stating that by reducing the number of precincts from 10 to 8, we would reduce the number of precinct committee people, which are official party offices, from 20 to 16. And Frida shared with you that she believed that would be an impediment to recruiting efforts, which would impair the important public policy of participating in the political process, whether on a partisan basis or a nonpartisan basis. Following hearing Frida's objections, we kind of took a second look at the matter. We looked closely at the law and determined that the law requires the board by resolution to designate a polling place for each precinct. It does not require the board to designate a polling place in each precinct. So we have modified our proposal as set forth in the agenda item summary that was prepared for today's meeting, which is basically to retain all existing precincts with some very minor boundary modifications that I'll discuss in a moment. And in addition, for precincts 5 through 10, retain their existing designated polling places. And we need to change the polling places for precincts 1 through 4 as follows. What we're recommending at this point, I put several alternatives in the AIS. We would recommend that you designate the red brick building as the polling place for precincts 2 and 4. And you designate the Rio Grande building as the polling place for precincts 1 and 3. Our objective here is to, once the board reaches a consensus and we've determined these precincts and new polling places, we want to reduce or even eliminate, if possible, the number of times that we come to you to make an election by election adjustment to a polling place for whatever reason. We want, unless something extraordinary happens that I can't think of right now, we want these proposed precincts and these proposed polling places to be in effect without alteration for each and every polling place election that occurs in this county. Voters become familiar with their precinct, they become familiar with places they vote. That avoids voter confusion, and that's an important objective. The board at the December 4th meeting asked me to investigate various details regarding Red Brick's suitability as a polling place. And I did that, and those items are included in the agenda item summary that was prepared for today's meeting. Basically, as far as I'm concerned, the results of that investigation indicate that the Red Brick building is even more suitable and desirable as a polling place than I originally thought. Rob Ittner raised the question, well, what is the possibility that the current or future tenants of the Red Brick building will make benefit from some future ballot issue or something of the like? And, you know, would they be electioneering within a polling place, which of course is prohibited? Would they do that even unwittingly? And obviously, we do want to avoid those kinds of problems. What I learned is that every existing tenant of the Red Brick building is an exempt organization under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. Such organizations risk the loss of their exempt status if they engage in prohibited political activities. And those activities, it's really if they devote their assets, income, or resources to pursuing political activities. And so each of those tenants obviously has a very sincere, genuine motivation not to violate the limitations on their tax exempt status. In addition, the Red Brick building itself has a policy that is in the lease of all the tenants that prohibits exhibition of partisan, by partisan I mean political advocacy within the premises of the Red Brick building. And I spoke with the director of the facility. She has never had a problem with anything like that in the past. And the only other question that I think both Rob and Rachel raised was, are the tenants of that building really going to enjoy having maybe 500 or 600 voters descend upon them on an election day? I'm advised they frequently have special events now during regular business hours. Probably not 500, but 100 to 300 people was mentioned. They accommodate those people without any kind of disruption to the businesses of the organizations. In addition, the sentiment, at least as far as the director of the facility is concerned, and she felt very strongly that she knows her tenants' sentiments on this, they really regard their workplace, if you will, as a real jewel of this community. They welcome more visitors all the time, and she felt that, you know, using it as a polling place would probably encourage people who don't ordinarily see that facility to make perhaps their first visit. They're excited about that prospect. So for all of those reasons, I do think that the Red Brick building is suitable as a polling place. Oh, I'm sorry, the other major issue that Rob and Rachel raised was parking. There are 25 parking spaces behind that building. They are actually permitted by the city, and they are held by the tenants. The director of the facility said it was very likely that 50% of the holders of those permits would be glad to give them up on an election day. And the real volume will occur there in general elections in Novembers when, you know, the parking lot and the building itself really isn't getting a lot of heavy traffic or use otherwise. In addition, I spoke with Tim Ware, the director of the city parking department, who indicated that he would be happy to accommodate us by, you know, for election day only, reposting Hallam Street and perhaps Monarch Street, the streets that surround the Red Brick, so that it becomes 30-minute parking or 15 or 20-minute parking, whatever we deem suitable. And, you know, part of staffing that location with election judges will be to work with either the city or amongst our election judges to make sure that those time limits on parking are observed in practice, so we keep people moving through the polling place in an uninterrupted manner. Those were all of the issues on the Red Brick. The reason that we are proposing the designation of polling places for 1 through 4 in the manner that I just described is that I believe in doing so, you will accommodate every concern that was raised at our first meeting. By designating the Rio Grande as the polling place for precincts 1 and 3, that addresses to the best extent that we can the concerns raised by Rachel with respect to transportation from Centennial. And Precinct 3 voters have voted at the Rio Grande for the last two, the last primary election, the last general election. I don't know offhand the last time the Common House was used, but certainly that would not be a new place for them, at least in recent history. And then 2 and 4 are, you know, they adjoin one another. They are essentially the City of Aspen core precincts. And I don't think it's any more difficult for a precinct 2 voter, which is on the north end of Aspen, to get to the Red Brick as a practical matter than it would be for them to get to the Rio Grande Plaza. And there is also a shuttle from East Aspen that goes directly to, not only to Ruby Park, but it then continues and there's a bus stop directly in front of the Red Brick building itself.
That crosstown shuttle?
Yes, the crosstown shuttle. So we believe that particular designation of polling places really accommodates all the concerns that were raised by the board.
So you did give us 3 alternatives here on page 3 of our memo. And your recommendation is alternative 2.
Correct.
Which is precincts 1 and 3 in the Rio Grande and Red Brick Center, precincts 2 and 4.
That's correct.
Board members, questions? Michael?
So in the consolidation of these, proposed consolidation of these precincts, would we double the amount of voting machines and officials at each of those precincts?
Yes.
Or more?
First of all, the question of the number of machines, ordinarily when we have consolidated polling places, even when we had precincts 1 through 3 at the Rio Grande at the last general election, the configuration was we had a full complement of election judges for each precinct. Each table had its own poll book, and ultimately, though, everybody put their ballots through a single machine. The machine, having just a single machine, never causes a logjam. So it is likely that we will have 1 optical scan machine and 1 touchscreen at each of those polling places. But there will be a full complement of election judges for each precinct within that polling place. And in fact, there will likely be more than that, because what we did for the 2010 general election, a lot of voters don't know their precinct. And to be processed through the correct poll book, you have to know which of the 3 poll books are there where you need to line up. We instituted a procedure where we had people at the very front, right when people entered. We called them finders, and their sole purpose was to say, do you have your ID? I don't want to see it, I just want to make sure you have it. And do you know what precinct you're in? If you do, go to table 1, 2, or 3. If you don't, let me look you up real quick. Oh, you need to go to table 2. It really handled the flow of traffic very, very well. And we would expect the same kind of configuration in both of those consolidated precincts.
Other questions? Jack?
Just more of a comment. It's stated in here on page 7 under parking. Someone makes the assumption or hopes the assumption is correct about 20 minutes of parking would be adequate. I think we ought to definitely go for that half hour if Tim will work with us.
And Tim said he had no strong feelings on it one way or the other, and we'll be happy to do whatever we like. I tend to agree with you. The reason I mentioned 20 minutes is that the first 20 minutes at Rio Grande is complimentary, and I talked to him about altering that, and it is it's really not doable for the Rio Grande from a systems perspective. Yes, the parking in the garage. But there is, to everyone all the time, 20 minutes of complimentary parking available in the garage should they use that.
And they could set up something else so that, you know, on election day itself, you got your slip that still comes out. If it's more than 20 minutes, they could, I mean, we could work with them towards a 30-minute. Because if there's someone at the gate, they can always let you out.
Yes, and I did discuss that with Tim. He indicated, without explaining a lot of the details, that that's very difficult for them to accommodate from a systems perspective. And I can go, but Tim has always worked really well with our department, and I can go back to him and see if we can
Sure, and we can talk to the
adjust
state
that.
as well.
But that was the one thing that he had hesitation on.
Yeah, I can imagine them not being able to change the system to make it 30-minute for free automatically, but if they have the gate attendant, they might be able to work with something there. So we'll find out the logistics of that.
Yeah, and I bring that up due to what I consider more the peak periods, early morning, before work, after work, and potentially at lunch.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I agree.
And then the areas in between, not so much of a crowd.
I think our projector system is not cooperating. It's already gone on Christmas vacation, and we're not going to be able to produce those maps up above. We've had some in the packet, and we'll just kind of struggle through with what you'd like to present to us. Let me ask, are there other board questions at this time? Rob?
Yeah, in the past, we've combined precincts at voting places, but it's usually 1, 2, and 3 that's at the Rio Grande, and then 4 that's at the Baptist Church.
It varies.
It's no longer the Baptist
This is
Church,
what
it's
we're
called
trying to
something else.
get. I'm sorry. This is what we're trying to get away from, because it has always varied on an election-by-election basis. In the 2010 primary election, for example, which was a pretty busy election here in Pickens County, we consolidated precincts 1 through 4 at Rio Grande. For the general election in 2010, we consolidated precincts 1 through 3 at the Rio Grande, and 4 went to the Crossroads Church, which is the old Baptist church. So there has been this kind of pattern, just due to the limited capacities of some of our polling places, where we consolidate or not on an election-by-election basis. And we don't like to do that because it does generate voter confusion, and we want to avoid that going forward.
And what are our capabilities of staff and signage for the the church to make sure that people are redirected to a new polling place. And at this point now for precinct 2, that they're redirected in an easy fashion to the red brick building, which is actually an easier redirection because it's a 3-block walk or a 4-block walk as opposed to a walk all the way across town.
Well, we have some very recent experience with that, and I think we did a good job. For the mail ballot election, our great fear was that hordes of people would show up at the polling places and be infuriated to find that they were not open. On every single polling place, we posted a sign. This is a mail ballot election, go to the clerk's office if you need a ballot or whatever. And we would do the same kind of things with the precincts that we are, would no longer be using. And we would do that not only for, I would imagine we would do that for the next 2 or 3 elections anyway, just to get people on track.
Other questions? I have just a few small questions. One is that, do you have backup machines? I mean, I know we haven't had it here, but you just occasionally read about, the machine failed, and so that's when the backup started happening with people waiting to vote. How do we activate on that?
We do. We have a total of 14 optical scan machines, which are the principal machines that we use. Actually, that's wrong. We have 16. Those are all programmed for each an election so that a particular machine being used at a particular precinct is programmed for just that precinct, because those are the only ballots that machine will see. But as backups, we have machines that are programmed to read any precinct, because we never know where we may need to deploy them. And so we have those all here. We had in the City of Aspen election that I consulted on, we did the same kind of thing. One of their machines went down at Schultz, the memory card was bad, and I just grabbed a new machine, put it out there, had the judges and all the voters who were there watch what I'm doing, everybody watch what I'm doing, and it worked out fine. Got it taken care of.
And we do have a paper trail as well as the scanners. I mean, ours are not, people's physical ballot is the paper trail.
That's correct. That's correct. And those ballots are then segregated and kept together because the Secretary of State is going to randomly pick a machine and say, you need to hand count the ballots that went through that machine and confirm the machine count. So we have to maintain those together. So we do have a paper trail on the optical scan machines. On the touch screens, there are a couple of counties that use the touchscreen technology without the paper printout. We are not one of them. It's called a verifiable voter paper audit trail, a VBPAT, and we have those on each of our touchscreens.
And I'm sure we'll have more chance to talk about this before the actual uses come up, but I particularly kind of think of the church at Redstone. It would seem it might be prudent to have a backup machine already there so that someone doesn't have to drive an hour and a half down or wait if there's that sort of problem. But again, we'll talk about it later. And then are there maps on the doors of the precinct so that someone could actually look at the map as opposed to waiting to get in line to talk to a finder? I mean, that just might be something worth looking at again. And also with those closed locations, because that way they're at least directed from that door that says they're closed to the right place.
We have never, there are legal requirements for putting signs up at polling places.
Okay.
What you've just mentioned is a really good idea. It's not a legal requirement, and I think it's a great idea.
Especially since we've just changed the precinct with the census. That's more of what my thinking is.
Sure.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and I see we have a member of the audience here to speak to this. Dwight, did you want to go through the rest of your presentation? There's the one precinct modification that we have.
Yeah, and there's actually a few, which if you would allow, perhaps take Blanca's comments, I can run and get my computer and do this Is the computer projection thing working? Oh,
It's all down.
all projection dead.
If you have something to pass around to us that you're looking, we could just visually, why don't we do that at first? Because the public comment might relate to what you're bringing up as well.
Also, we're going to continue this, so we could definitely have maps second time.
We don't have to. If we're all comfortable with the recommendations, we had saved the date in case there were continued questions, but as we talked about during our work session last night, if we cancel it at the next regular, or the next, it was put in as a special meeting in January in case we needed that date. But we do not have to continue. There was no reason to continue if we've reached some agreement. So why don't you describe the precinct changes? We saw one before,
Okay.
and you can tell us what and why.
Okay, let's start with that one. And I can just hold up my little map of existing precincts that was attached to your AIS. I know this probably won't be terribly helpful, but it'll give the viewers some idea. This is the...
Can you zoom in on that, Grassroots? I don't know if that's possible. I realize we're having a technology failure here, but go ahead.
There is a little sliver of Precinct 7 right here in this corner.
Okay.
That is located within the city of Aspen. If we leave that as is, that means I have to prepare a special Precinct 7 ballot style that includes city of Aspen voters only.
But if you put it up there, the camera can get it.
Oh,
We
Camera
won't
can
be
get
able
it
to
even
see
if
it.
we can't.
So if you have an extra copy you want to put up there, I can
Sure.
display.
Oh, great.
So Grassroots is picking it up, but our projector's not.
Okay.
So our audience sees it, but we don't.
Is that oriented?
Push it a little bit toward me. There we go.
Okay.
Cool.
Can I ask a question in terms of clarifying? This is the purple area within District 7 on that map that you're talking about, right? It's the only purple area.
Yeah,
It's the only shaded area within District 7 that
that is correct.
is in question.
And what is the kind of physical name of the area? Is the Annie Mitchell Affordable Housing at the?
You know, it's Pasco Lane.
Yeah, that's
So
Annie Mitchell.
that is it. So our proposal simply is to change the boundary between Precinct 5 and 7 at that location so that it comports to the municipal limits of the city of Aspen. Those people would move into Precinct 5 and would vote at Schultz Health and Human Services. And I think, let's see, staying on that same map, there are some reconfigurations that we would like to make to the precincts in the city of Aspen for the following reasons. There is a very small portion, and just for the board's reference, it's in this little corner of Precinct 4 over here. And you can't see it on your map. The viewers can see it on the one that I've given, which I'll pass around.
Okay.
Where we have City of Aspen parcels that are, parcels of land that are literally surrounded by the City of Aspen, but for whatever reason, the City of Aspen did not annex in those specific parcels.
Does it sound like Meadowwood, or?
No, it's not. It's Harbor Lane. I think it's right along.
It's next to the pedestrian bridge
Yes.
Okay.
across White
The
Bridge.
Shadow Mountain.
Yeah, the other side of Shadow Mountain, yeah, exactly.
So there are 4 registered voters at those 2 addresses. So when I prepare a Precinct 2 ballot, I have to prepare 600 with City of Aspen ballot content and 4 ballots with no ballot content. moving those people from precinct 4 or out of precinct 4 will assist with that. Then in addition, and this you'll be able to see better, on your map, the shading on the map, that detail that just shows precincts 1 through 3, that represents City of Aspen. The white area represents unincorporated Pitkin County in those precincts. In precinct 2, there are about 27 voters in the unincorporated portion of the precinct. And the rest, some 600 voters, or it's not that many, it's 300 or 400 ballpark, are all within the City of Aspen. That presents the same problem. I'm preparing 300 or whatever ballot styles with City of Aspen ballot content, and a handful of ballot styles for that precinct that excludes the City of Aspen content. Therefore, what we are proposing, and just by way of preface, there is a large number of voters in precinct 5 that are in the City of Aspen and out of the City of Aspen. So I have that
It's already a mixed bag.
2 ballot style problem there, and I can't do anything about it, and that's fine. Same with precinct 1. There's a lot in Aspen, there are a lot out of Aspen. So what we want to do is move the people in the unincorporated portions of precinct 2 into either precinct 5 or into precinct 1. And I'm just not sure how.
Where are the physical neighborhoods, Dwight, so that we can think about the proximity to the polling places, or the addresses again?
Probably the top of Aspen Mountain.
There are some on Aspen Mountain. We have 3 voters registered at Ruthie's.
Okay.
There's another address higher up on Aspen Mountain Road. But the bulk of the people that we want to move to Precinct 5 are on Toby Lane and 7th Street in northwest, just outside of the boundaries of northwest Aspen. And there are a couple of structures and only 1 registered voter on Ute Avenue, which is...
Is that the roundabout that's on that?
Yes, right down here. We'd like to redraw that boundary so that precinct 1, existing precinct 2 boundary becomes a precinct 1 voter. Okay, so the people that are over here that would move to precinct 5,
Yeah.
they would vote at Schultz.
You know, we might be thinking the same thing,
I
Michael.
think we are.
Looking at this, being on second reading, this is a lot of new information. And those individual voters may be affected and not have a chance for the public comment. I think that we need to continue this and make the final decision when our projector is working and you have detailed maps and the public who are affected by these precinct changes really will have that information. Because for me, looking through my packet, it seemed to focus very much on our polling places, and you did a thorough job of answering our question about the polling places. And I think we could take a straw poll on that question. But in terms of physically changing those precinct boundaries, I think we should do it at second reading. You can prepare a little more thorough presentation of that. It seems logically to make some sense. It is this whole question of unique ballot styles that is at some level in contest about ballot disclosure and viewing ballots. The more you have just 4 who look the same in terms of which districts they're in and overlays, that people's votes can lose their privacy. So I understand your efforts in those areas. But if the rest of the board agrees, perhaps we should continue this item until January and have a little more thorough discussion. Again, focusing predominantly on the the precinct line changes. And so given that, let me ask Michael, you go ahead, please.
Well, wouldn't it be possible to go ahead and designate polling places? And we could pass that, just pass it, and then talk about readjusting the precincts in the subsequent.
I think without a new first reading of the precinct changes, they would be splitting out. We may need to keep the resolution the same, but I agree with you. We can give Dwight direction and poll the board at least to have the resolution finalized about the polling places and put that one item to rest. So we do have a recommendation. Okay, now we'll open the public hearing because it will be a continued public hearing. But we do have a recommendation to go forward on the staff recommendation of alternative 2. And that is, for the public, that precincts 2 and 4 would vote at the Red Brick Center, and precincts 1 and 3 would vote at the Rio Grande. Let me ask a straw poll of the board. Does that seem to be the direction we're heading to accept the staff recommendation on those items? Okay. So I have some clarity there, and now we'll take public comment. Thank you. Just identify yourself for the record, please feel free.
Good afternoon, I'm Blanca O'Leary, and I live here in Aspen, and I am currently the chair of the Pickens County Democrats. I apologize for not being here the last time, but I was out of town, so I wasn't able to be here. I do, however, concur with my counterpart, Frida Wallison, that I am very happy that the new proposal will leave it so that there will still be 10 precincts and 10 precinct captains, or I think she calls them
Committee persons.
Committee persons. That part of it, I very much appreciate the new proposal on that. I also appreciate the work that you've done on this. As far as the 3 alternatives, when I read your document, I also agree with the elections clerk Shellman, and I would encourage the adoption of alternative 2. I agree with several members of the commissioners and also Dwight, in that I think that Centennial, especially since they have voted 2 times now at the Rio Grande Center, and also just the transportation issue, I think is more of an issue with Centennial than maybe some of the other places, and I just think that keeping it at the Rio Grande Center would really be a really good option. I also do want to speak, and I'm not certain that that's really a consideration as much, but alternative 3, which would have precincts 1, 2, and 3 at the Rio Grande Center, is not a really great option. That is just my opinion, something for your consideration. I respect the fact that Dwight has really done a lot of work in streamlining procedures, but I do anticipate that November 12th this year again will also be another big year, even though we will be all pushing for early voting. Even if there is a streamlined approach, once you get into the Rio Grande, if people just see that there's lines outside, this crosses party lines, and people get a little discouraged. So I like the way that you're thinking of splitting with doing red brick at 2 and 4 precincts, and precincts 1 and 3 at the Rio Grande. I think that that's a really great idea. I also like that you're approaching this and trying to approach it as a 10-year type of plan, because the consistency, I know that helps, and I would imagine that Rita Wallison and all the affiliated people would agree also. To have a consistent precinct voting location is something that's really desirable, and I know that all of you would support that too. And those are really my comments. There is one more comment, budgeting wise, and I know that this isn't part of this proposal, and I know that you've already voted on the budget, but I do support, and I highly commend you for continuing to budget for having, even though you've got the consolidation of the locations of the 2 precincts, Dwight has explained to me that you will still have a full complement of precinct judges for each precinct, even with a combined location. Because I do anticipate, especially with presidential years, you'll still be having a high turnout. So even though you've got the consolidation, it's not good to fudge on not having as many personnel.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'd like to disclose for the record that I had a phone call from Blanca this morning, since she wasn't in town before, wanting to catch up a little on where we are in process, and that she expressed to me the same as she's expressed now, the support for Alternative 2.
And also advice as to what time does the meeting begin?
Yeah. That's always
Basically
helpful.
what I was calling about is, what time does this meeting actually begin?
Yeah, in case it was 3 o'clock, she wasn't going to be here. So,
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Unless there are any questions.
great, thank you. So again, we have direction to fill in the blanks on the resolution, as it were, bring back detailed maps for us on these precinct changes, and be able to post those in such a way that any affected citizens can come in to comment about where they would then be voting if they were in this one or another. And we'll look at that more thoroughly on a continued second reading.
Okay.
So, Michael?
And just a request that when you have maps and things, and I have a packet, that those maps correspond in color and everything, just so I get the same maps online that you're showing there, because the maps I had here weren't shaded, weren't colored, weren't anything, they were just black and white.
Well, frankly, I do try to do that. The figuring out where these kind of stranded voters are is a really complicated process, and I didn't even have it done by the time I had to submit the packet. So I apologize for that. It was much more complicated than I originally thought, but I will try to do that in the future.
So can you use GIS for that, just like you did when we did the redistricting maps? Because that was really helpful and pretty clear.
I have been working with GIS. Part of the problem here is that both Mary Lackner and I had simultaneous complete hard drive meltdowns this week, which didn't help matters. But she...
There's going to be a bug in the system somewhere.
I do use GIS a lot. One of the problems is, and we are going to correct this early next year, our precinct splits. The portion of the precinct that's in Aspen School District versus out, for example. Those have never been mapped in GIS. That would make our lives so much easier, and Mary has committed to doing that, working with me to get that into GIS, because this whole process will be so much easier in the future.
Yeah, and the census blocks don't really necessarily conform to city limits or anything like that either.
No.
So that's part of disconnect of information.
And precincts aren't drawn around census blocks. Commissioner districts are. Go figure.
Yeah. Okay, so I will formally close the public hearing on the redistricting and ask for a board motion to continue this to, what was the date certain we need on that?
It was January 3rd.
To January 3rd. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
That's a Tuesday.
It's a
Yeah.
work session.
We're having a special meeting during the work session to be able to do that.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break and return for a brief TDR program update, and then we will go into Ashcroft. Thank you.
Sorry I was late.
That's okay. Welcome back to our grassroots viewing audience. It's Wednesday, December 21st, 2011, and we are convened as the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County and are about to go into our land use public hearings. The first item is the TDR program update. This is the annual update on the TDR program, and Suzanne Wolf with the Community Development Office is going to lead us through this. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you said, this is an annual update. It was actually originally required when we first adopted rural remote way back when in 1995. So we've been providing these annual updates. Initially, it was, I think, sort of to, in rural remote, just to go, how are things working? Is it, are we, what's happening out there? And I think it's been a pretty useful tool over the years to really track how many TDRs are out there and what is happening with the program as it has continued to expand. So there's no action required today. This is all just informational for you. And I think we've mentioned in the past, we put this this update on the website so everybody can have access to it. I think people have really appreciated that. That goes along with the other information on TDRs that's on the website, which includes the actual certificate list of certificates that have been issued and if they have been extinguished, where they've been extinguished, and additional information on TDRs. So there's a lot of information out there on the web for the public. And so this is sort of a lot of numbers, and I tend not to walk through all of those numbers with you, but just briefly to touch on things. Just on that first page, you have a chart showing how many TDRs have been issued on an annual basis. And just one thing to note about this last year, 12 TDRs were issued, which is, looking at past years, a decent number of TDRs. Those were all actually ones that had prior approvals to be issued, they just had not been issued yet. So actually at the Emma Farms, where 3 TDRs were approved for an historic register, designation to the historic register, and then there were 9 TDRs approved for Middle Ranch as part of their CDPD rezoning and plan. So those had been approved in the prior year, but were actually issued in 2011. So we didn't have any, sort of new TDRs coming out then. These were all ones that were anticipated previously, but they were issued in this past year. And then you can see in the next table, those were how many certificates were extinguished. So we do continue to see some activity with people coming in to extinguish TDRs. Not a ton, but again, looking over the years, there have been fluctuations over the years. So we're not, it's not dramatically out of the range of what we've seen in the past. So there is activity going on. Obviously, not a ton of. We don't have a lot of new approvals being requested for TDRs. There are some, but again, not a lot. We've had years where approvals were granted for 60 TDRs or something like that. We're not seeing those kind of numbers, but we still have people coming in to make the request. And then one thing I noted in this memo that I don't think we've really sort of presented directly before is that we talk about all these approved receiver sites, but there are a lot of sites out there that are approved under the code that don't have to go through a review process. So when you look at my chart of where we've approved the use of TDRs, there are also a lot of sites, anything in the urban growth boundary, Starwood, Owl Creek Ranch, East Owl Creek, or a few. There's certain subdivisions in the rural area, in addition to any property in the urban growth boundary that's considered, for lack of a better word, an automatic receiver site. They do not require special review approval to come in. So they're an unknown quantity, essentially. We're not saying there are X number of total TDR receiver sites out there because we don't know how many people on Red Mountain may or may not someday come in to use a TDR. We might not know about it till they submit for their building permit. There wouldn't be a process associated with that. So I just thought it was important to kind of bring that to your, so everybody understands that the chart tracks where we've granted approvals, but there are also places that are already approved under the code that we won't be seeing through that process until the TDRs are extinguished.
And so you are saying that there's no site plan review for those?
There is site plan review, so looking at how those TDRs are being used, but the review does not extend into, is it appropriate to receive a TDR in that location?
Okay.
They come in and say, I'm going to use my TDRs, here's what it's going to look like, here's my site plan.
Okay.
So it's not a question of can I or can't I use the TDRs, is the only difference. So anyway, just to make that point, because actually there was a site that came in, there are 2 places in the city limits actually that had approvals, that have approvals to use county TDRs, and that was another thing that I kind of realized as I was going through all my numbers that we just haven't really pointed out to everyone before. I mean, I think everybody always knew that the Highlands received a bunch of TDRs for initial development rights when they first built some of those houses, but they also have approval on 20 of those lots to use one more TDR for some additional floor areas. So only one of those has come in, so there are actually 19 potential sites out there. Those are accounted for in the receiver site information. And then the one that I'd kind of missed up until now was the Stage Road PUD, where there's think it was 12 TDRs. Again, those numbers are accounted for here now. But we had the first TDR extinguished out there. I went, oh wait, I haven't been tracking these numbers in my information. So ever evolving, always improving our information, I think. But that was just another one that kind of popped up in the past year. On the second page, I just tried to provide a comparison now that we do get the information to track how much TDRs are selling for. Obviously, the prices have continued to drop over the last number of years. And I just thought this was good to see kind of where we were back in 2007, which was basically the first year after the new code when we were starting to get all the information on transactions to kind of show what the progression has been in the value of TDRs as it's kind of been creeping downwards with the change in the economy.
We may not have it tracked per se, but from the initiation of the TDR program, it's my understanding that they really started quite a bit lower in value.
Right, they started lower, you know, obviously I think 2007 was definitely, this was our total
Peak
high
year.
point, definitely peak. It was just that prior to 2007, we weren't getting the information to actually have any sort of accurate numbers.
It was very anecdotal, clearly, but
right,
there was
right.
a lot of talk I heard of people with older rural remote mining claims that would be very, very hard to develop into any sort of real housing site that were, you know, so there was very limited land value to sell, yet we're able to sell the TDR for $35,000, $55,000, $60,000 when, you know, the developability of the lot would have not, in and of itself, created that sort of land value. So there was a progression up and down, and this chart is not a full picture of the way the prices have fluctuated.
Right. But yeah, this definitely represents the peak through the life of the program, and then as it's gone since then.
Okay.
I think those was really the only things I kind of wanted to point out to you out of the summary. I do have the map up there that GIS has been providing annually that just shows, you know, the preservation sites as well as the approved receiver sites. Obviously, this isn't getting down to the detail on each one, but it gives you a pretty good sense of the majority of sites are, you know, going in the urban growth boundary, landing in the urban growth boundary, down to about the mid-valley, not mid-valley, I shouldn't say, but mid of Pitkin County down to through Woody Creek. We've seen them primarily, and less so as you continue down the valley. So anyway, this has kind of been our standard map we've been providing, and I told Mary, who's been very helpful with me with all the data and keeping it up to date in GIS, that if you look at that and think, boy, I'd really love to see a map showing, that I'd let her know, because we should make it more challenging for her rather than just having to update this map every year. So I told her I'd see if there was any, you know, if you all were, just let me know if you think of anything you wish you could see.
Here's a different one from a couple years ago.
That was a few years ago. And what did that one show?
Is this square footage? Is that possible? I'm not sure.
Let me just take a look.
But then,
It was of just receiver sites and trying to break down, right, the difference between whether they were using the TDRs for a new development right or additional floor area and how much square footage. And I think at the time, looking at it, I wasn't sure that it gave a great picture of it. But again, if there are things like that that you would like to see as we continue to do this,
and you no longer can use them for a new development, right? Is that
in the rural
in the
area?
rural areas.
You can in the urban growth boundary, and then there are obviously prior approvals to use them in the rural area that still exist. So,
Jack?
Suzanne, would you remind us what the size of the circle means?
on this map,
Yeah.
sorry, I have to actually look at it.
And if anyone's viewing and can't quite read it on the Grassroots TV camera, the purple are the preservation sites, the land that have had growth and development removed from them, and the red are the approved receiver sites.
And the
Could that be a
basic,
consolidation of number of TDRs at one
it says
location?
number of occurrences, so right, trying to look at, if I can find
That's usually a GIS tool to be a
Right.
cluster of a lot.
a good example, I mean, if here up the Crystal, this is, the purple is the Crystal Island Ranch, where a group of TDRs were taken off of a portion that was rezoned to rural remote. Again, I don't know if the numbers off the top of my head, but then they were also approved to use a certain number of TDRs for development sites on that property. So that's basically what you're seeing here in this big cluster is a larger number that were taken off, as well as quite a few sites that were approved for use of TDRs. But so there's, this shows 10 is the number of occurrences being the largest. But so it's more, this doesn't get to the specific numbers so much as it's trying to give a representation of extent of the sending or receiving areas.
Okay. Other board member questions on this? And this is down as a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public here to speak to the transferable development program update? There being none, I'll close the public hearing. I'm sorry, George, didn't see you there. What would you like to add here?
Just a couple of comments. I think the TDR program has been really successful for the county. As you noted in your packet here to us, Suzanne, that approximately 7,200 acres of land have been deed restricted against development through this TDR program. That's really positive. The other side of the coin is that those development rights then those impacts then move from one part of the county to another part of the county, and it impacts different neighborhoods. And I think that one of the discussions we've had in the past is in relation to house size and how can we continue to keep our TDR program viable, but also look at perhaps reducing the home sizes in terms of what those TDRs can accomplish. And if there's any sort of board support on this, I'd love to have staff look at some possibilities for as we go into 2012, because all the work we do in the county to address reducing our carbon footprint, to reduce our energy consumption, to try to address ways to help lessen or mitigate climate change, to address the impacts to neighborhoods that are seeing large homes built. And I think there's opportunities to continue to provide this TDR program, to continue to preserve and conserve lands in the county, as well as provide incentives for historic preservation. But we still, I think, have an opportunity to reduce our house limit sizes. And for example, right now, by right, we're allowed to build 5,750 square feet. If we reduce that by 1,000 square feet to 4,750, and then we still maintain each TDR to allow 2,500 square feet per TDR, one TDR would move it up into the 6,000 range. Two TDRs gets it under 10,000 square feet. And that would be a reduction in the house size by about 30%, which is a huge reduction. Right now, there's about little over 20 homes in the county that are listed on the MLS that are over 10,000 square feet. So there's not like there's a shortage of large homes for anyone who's interested in purchasing those. But for the most part, they're second homes anyway, or third homes. And a lot of times they sit vacant, and they just are sucking up energy consumption. So I would love to see if there's any staff support, board support, to be able to look at ways to reduce our maximum house size from 15,000 square feet to get it below 10,000. Certainly parts of the rural county have already addressed this in different caucuses because they realize and recognize the impacts large homes have on the neighborhoods, and again, all of the mitigation that needs to happen. The Snowmass Cap caucus has limited their house size to 8,750 or 8,250. The Emma caucus area has limited their house size to 8,250. The Frying Pan Caucus area has limited their size to, I think, 5,750. I think it's, I think it's time that we take a closer look at, are we going to continue to allow these huge homes to be built, for the most part, are sitting vacant for a good portion of the year. A lot of them are spec homes. And I just don't think that's the best use of our resources, the best use of our energy, and the best ways to address climate change.
Thank you, George. You have posed a good question to the board as to whether we'd like some sort of work session going forward in 2012 to discuss the TDR program. I would have support myself for a work session of that nature, but kind of a broader topic. I understand your thrust on that. It's something I have brought up before, that I would be interested in the goal of increased utilization for TDRs. Is there a way to work around the edges, as it were, to increase the utilization of TDRs? I am not firmly bought into any one proposal one way or the other. I know there has been discussion before of, well, what if you could use a certain number of TDRs to buy off your affordable housing mitigation, perhaps for commercial activities. And if house size is smaller, or there's less growth somewhere else, perhaps there's less increased affordable housing demand. Other people may not see that as being the appropriate venue. But there has been some discussions in the past, and I think that now that we've seen the new Aspen Area Community Plan adopted, we need to take a look at what sort of guidance that is offering towards the urban growth boundary portions of the county as well. But so again, I can see a work session. I'm not, bought into one program or another. Another concept that has been floated before in casual conversations is maybe your first TDR gives you X amount of size and your second TDR gives you less than 2,500. So that if you're continuing to pursue that larger house, you may need to use up more TDRs in order to accomplish it, and again, thereby reducing growth in inappropriate places. But there's a whole series of different aims and goals that maybe we could discuss. Are others interested? Jack?
I'm somewhat skeptical about the goal. I think the market has substantially reduced the size of homes. There's not the desire to have those monster homes. As far as energy savings, most homes that I'm aware of these days really put a lot of effort into energy savings and efficiency, separate of the one that needs a driveway, that the rent program deals with. I think the most efficient thing, if you really want to get to climate change, is probably tear down half the housing in the county because of the age and the inefficiency of it. That would have, and it's not real, it's not possible, and I wouldn't ask somebody to do that. But that, I think, has a lot more impact than what the large homes. Cindy's data that she showed us as we were going through the code changes clearly said that there is way less desire for larger homes these days, and we could get it updated certainly. And so, I don't mind having the discussion. What I most would like to see is the use of these TDRs, the half of them that's hanging out there, that we still need to use, as far as the ones that have been issued but not put on receiver sites. So, it's always a good discussion to refine something that's a great program, but I also do not want to undermine the program to the degree it becomes undesirable. Also, I am very hesitant to change the values of existing issued TDRs already. That I have a problem with. You bought into a program, et cetera, you paid extra money for it, and then, well, if we reduce, from 2,500 to 2,000, whatever, just speculation here. This is a fairness issue for me. So if we open the door, it's going to open a lot of conversation, and there's nothing wrong with that, of course.
Okay.
If we can improve it, well, we'll see.
Okay, thank you. Other board members open to a work session or thoughts that they'd like to add? Michael?
I'm not anxious to tinker with the system as it exists now. I mean, if you want to reduce Aspen's carbon impact, you just have to shut the airport. Should we do that? I mean, it's just that simple. So, so I'm not interested in tinkering with this. Particularly given these economic times. I mean, why would I discuss about limiting growth when growth is limited now by economic circumstances? And we have been trying as a board to encourage economic growth. Doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. Rob?
I think I fall mostly in line with Michael. You know, I'm totally open to looking at the program and understanding it more. You know, I think it's a program that's got a lot of good things working for it, but it may need some tweaking. I don't agree with it, you know, looking for a way to really hinder growth right now, as Michael said, given the fact that we are in an economic slump. But it's, I think some things like you said about a new program where a second TDR is used on a receiver site is a slightly less square footage. I mean, those sorts of things make sense to me, but how we implement them and how they affect our, you know, overall sustainable economy here in the county as well at this point in time. I'm open to having a discussion in a work session. Where we go from there, very hard to say.
Yeah, I think that there are essentially almost two questions that became merged in the conversation. One is house sizes, period, and then the other is TDRs. And that's why I had said I would be open to a discussion that's about the broader goals and utilization of the TDR program and what could push to greater utilization. And that's similar to what Jack was saying about seeing them eventually land and be extinguished, and less so about whether it is the appropriate discussion about house sizes. But I understand what you're saying, George. I'm not opposed to that. I think it's part of that conversation. I think these things are intertwined. But, you know, so let's, it seems that there's enough board interest to have a future conversation. It's not a, you know, front burner issue. We know we have a lot of things that have now been kicked to 2012, the beginning of 2012, and it's something that would take some preparation and kind of, you know, what are TDR programs elsewhere in the country doing. And, you know, I know we've always been on the forefront and other people have followed us, but maybe just as we've updated our look annually, we should update and see what other thinking is out there. And again, how does it interplay with the new Aspen Area Community Plan? And, you know, again, how could it work well? Again, I was just, I am an affordable housing advocate, but at the same time, I see that there's a lot of ways to accomplish that goal, and one of those is to reduce demand overall. And if, you know, so that would be something I would be willing to take a look at, but I'm not going any direction one way or the other until I really understand the pros and cons of a complex program. Jack?
Yeah, in preparation for that, I would suggest, and whenever the timing is, and the chair, the manager, and Deb would have to kind of feel for timing on all of that.
Yeah.
But I would very much appreciate even just a preliminary discussion, you know, set aside a half hour or something to meet with staff so we could come up, if there are any ideas. I don't want to just say, staff, run with this and look at the whole globe of the, you know, even though we might get there, we ought to have at least some direction for a basis to start. And I'm not saying I'm interested in limiting any discussion, but just a little direction to prepare instead of, you know, run with it and then they spend, you know, 25 hours preparing. And, you know, we're all sensitive to staff time.
Very good. Thank you. All right. I think we already had the public hearing on this item, and as I said before, there's no action required by the board, so there's no motion to be made. Thank you, Suzanne. We appreciate that, and I have a feeling you're up next as well. We'll now move on to the Ashcroft Ski Touring Ski Rec Master Plan Amendments and DMQS exemption. as well as the Ashcroft Ski Touring extension of deadline for completion of employee housing units. Both of these items were continued from December 7th.
Okay. So today we have two resolutions in front of you. We're sort of winnowing it down a little bit. We're only talking about the Montezuma Mill site. And so one resolution grants approval to Ashcroft Ski Touring for ski rec master plan amendments, growth management exemption for cross-country ski huts on the Montezuma Mill site. The second resolution approves an amendment to Ashcroft Ski Touring master plan to extend the deadline for construction of the 3 employee housing units. So those are the two resolutions in front of you. And I never know if this is successful or not, but I tried to really, try and point out to you what changes have been made on each of those resolutions to try and keep it as clear as possible. But I'm guessing it covers.
Let me ask, are we going to need the projector for the next hearing? Okay, please. Because the screen always off gases a little bit. It smells very plasticky when it's being used.
Might want to put it on.
Yeah.
Carbon footprint, saving energy.
VOCs.
This is called
Volatile organic compounds are off-gassing on that thing. Okay. Thanks, sorry for the interruption.
We get more documents. So the first resolution in your packet is the resolution granting approval for the huts. And on page 2 of my memo, I tried to call out the various changes that have been made since the prior meeting based on direction provided. Do you want me to walk through each of those, or?
Well, what does the board think? I mean, I'd be happy to kind of walk through them, but
I always prefer to hit what our questions are, and that will evolve into maybe another couple questions, but we don't go through what we've hopefully already read and studied pretty well.
okay. Is that okay with the rest of the board? Okay. So we will start with our questions. I do know that it was in our memo that would be some presentation by the county attorney on these issues of fractional ownership and what is allowed or not allowed via state law.
And I guess the only other thing is that I understand you received from the county attorney's office the second restrictive covenant. So the revised covenant related to the employee housing deadline was in the packet, and then you received by email, I guess, a copy of the second covenant. So,
which is the huts.
The use of the cross-country ski hut. So
okay.
Anyway, that's the one additional document that wasn't in the packet.
Okay. I think we probably may want to have John's presentation, Ely's presentation first, so that if any of our questions are answered there, or more questions are created, perhaps.
My recollection is the board wanted to have a brief discussion on fractional interests and how they are distinguished from or relate to timeshares, fundamentally. Right. Fractional interests. Fractional interest is not a consistently defined term. It generally is employed to reflect a situation where an underlying fee of a piece of property is not owned in its entirety by one individual or one entity. And we see it around here every day when we deal with properties that started out as mining claims. Almost every mining claim was held fractionally just because that was the business of the day. So when you have a situation where one individual owns a 1/3 interest and another individual owns a 2/3 interest, that is a fractional ownership of the property. typically in that situation, it's an undivided interest, such that both individuals are entitled to use the property consistent with their understanding and not to impede the use of another individual. And that will continue as long as all the people who own undivided fractional interest of property can agree to that continued type of use. And when there is a disagreement, then the court will step in and resolve it, typically through a partition action where one party will buy out the interest of another. And that is sort of a loose fit of what a fractional interest is. A fractional interest, however, from a technical sort of aspect, can be any type of ownership interest that's less than the entirety of a fee. The concern, of course, lately and with this application last meeting was in concern with timeshares. Timeshares are defined particularly in this state as interval ownerships. Interval ownerships is a situation where one or more individuals can have a share of a particular described property, usually for a fixed year estate, as opposed to a indeterminate estate like a typical fee, and that during that fixed period, the interval of ownership is rotated around pursuant to some agreement or document that established the timeshare or the interval ownership initially. And whether that's the 2 weeks of August 1st to August 14th or some other description within the calendar year, the interval ownership will rotate through until the estate of a term of years expires. So the ability to restrict fractional ownership as in a general sort of way does not exist for this jurisdiction or any other jurisdiction in the state. Property is freely alienable unless otherwise restricted, and you can sell pieces and parts of your property in an undivided way so that you can share your ownership with any number of individuals. What the county can, what all jurisdictions in the county, in the state can do is regulate the use of property. Layered on top of that general perspective from a common law realm is the KIOA, the Colorado Common Ownership Interest Act, which provides some degree of protection to facilitate, I think primarily was to facilitate financing for condominium properties and properties that for condominiumization, whereby a stricture was employed that the state, and through its subdivisions or municipal corporations, could not discriminate or otherwise classify property in some segmented fashion based upon the form of ownership that the property was held in. However, the underlying zoning power of local jurisdictions was preserved. So when you translate all of that into a situation of a timeshare, you get into somewhat of an unsettled landscape. There has been no litigation in Colorado regarding the viability of prohibitions against timeshares. The closer the prohibition against timeshares relates to the organic ability of a local jurisdiction's police power, and therefore the ability to zone and regulate land use development, the greater the likelihood those prohibitions will be upheld. The more it gets away from land use concerns and regulations that would affect those land use concerns and get into an area that is less rooted there, then the greater the likelihood that that prohibition will be tossed by a court on review. So you have this sort of general precept that you can't discriminate on the form of ownership, but you can regulate land use, and that's generally the beginning and the end of the discussion for most jurisdictions. Typically, in the state of Colorado at least, the majority of disputes have arisen where there is a residential neighborhood of typical quality. In other words, resident owners, year-round, that sort of situation, and a property within that residential setting that wants to be, or the owner wants to condominiumize it and have it available for either a timeshare or for multiple ownership interests of people come in and out. And that has generally been disruptive for your more traditional neighborhood residential setting, and so that has generated some degree of litigation and some appellate opinions out there on that topic. The flip of it, where you're trying to prohibit condominiumization or timeshare events, interval ownership events, in order to promote tourist accommodations, in order to foster specific short-term rentals, has not been litigated or judged in this state. I think, though, and I missed Suzanne's deadline for inclusion of this particular the second covenant that Suzanne just mentioned in her packet, and I handed that out, and it's also, I think, was sent out. I hope it was sent out electronically, so everybody has it to look at. Even after I originally did it, I started to tweak it a little bit more just to try to tighten it up a little bit. I think that this covenant should accomplish the goals of the board in order to facilitate expanded tourist accommodations up at Ashcroft and not allow for the expansion of the use to include a timeshare or a condominiumization event of those two particular ski houses.
Okay, let me ask a couple of small questions, kind of kick off the information. You know, I remember specifically Kiowa impacting the 6-month rental restriction that the city used to have on condominiums that said you cannot rent for less than 6 months, or each term of lease must be at least 6 months. And it seemed that Kiowa was brought forward on condominium project concerns, mostly that you're not putting these restrictions on a residential home, you therefore cannot put these restrictions on the condominium. And that just because our form of ownership is different between a single-family home and a condominium, you cannot discriminate between the two. Is that the type of...
Right, exactly. And where you can see that a regulation like that doesn't really go to, or is not really rooted in the land use quality of the property, but more something else. And why it's not so firmly rooted in the land use ability of a local jurisdiction is that very point. If one property is available for a particular use and the other properties that you're trying to prohibit that use, you have to be able to draw a distinction where the properties were typically in the same zoned area, same neighborhood orientation, and so if you were, in an odd numbered address, and you owned your house and you could rent it out however you feel, and you are someplace else in the same street, perhaps an even number address, and you had condominiumized the property, and now you were faced with a restriction on how you might rent it. The fundamental use of the land, the regulation of land use, doesn't track what the regulation is against condominium ownership or condominium use is, and so I think that's where that broke down. I'm not sure, did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. And so when we were talking about the organic powers of a municipality or county to regulate land use, you are able to say in some form, this is a residential neighborhood. This is not available for overnight tourist accommodation and commercial letting.
Exactly.
So someone could fractionalize their home on Red Mountain by selling it to 10 different partners, just like a mining claim, but they could not then start promoting and selling it as a overnight Red Mountain chalet to the general public.
Exactly.
The individual owners, you could have 20 different individual owners using it throughout the year, or letting their friends, for that matter, without a fee, but you can't see it be commercially rented.
Right. You can't convert that residential structure and use into a lodge use.
Okay. Okay, so basically, any residential home we approve could traditionally, I mean, not traditionally, but could avail themselves of a right to sell to 20 different partners, or put together a partnership of 20 people who each own an undivided interest in the residence, and that's the only way they were able to buy it.
And that does happen.
Okay. And, you know, is it back to the organic land use code that says how many families or could live in the residence at one time? You know, you couldn't.
You can get at it that way. There have been challenges, though, against that type of regulation where the courts have said, well, there's still a family occupying the structure, it's just a different family every week. And
So I meant all at the same time.
Right, so then you're getting into a different realm. So if you could get it probably at that angle, just because of a different pattern of use, a different demand of services, and so forth like that, different impacts on roads and parking and so forth. This situation where you want to allow a tourist accommodation, short-term tourist accommodation, and restrict it against anything else, I think is a little bit cleaner. And particularly the request of John here to allow for this type of development and defining his request particularly that this is what is needed. And the law is clearer, which is why one of the add-ons to this covenant appears at the end, referring to a case out of the Front Range in the city of Cherry Hills, where there is an understanding from the property owner seeking a development approval, and the property owner is making an active representation that this is what the use is going to be. And then that use is memorialized in a document such as this. It's cleaner and easier and more without ambiguity that the enforceability is going to be successful.
Thank you. Any other board questions on that matter? We can always come back to it during the course of our other discussions. Jack?
Well, John, I heard what you said. I still have this, it's more than likely a personal problem between timeshares and fractional. It just doesn't clearly, it's not transparent enough for me to say agree on page 2 where it says the creation of timeshares for the units is prohibited. That's in our resolution, the first one. I'm inferring, I mean, timeshares, if it relates to specific times, that's what is prohibited. But the timeshares functions like a fractional ownership piece of property.
Right, except that statutorily Colorado recognizes it as a different sort of form of ownership. An interval ownership recognizes that ownership can relate to an element of time as opposed to just the quality and quantity of the title itself. So that, yes, I own this piece of land, but I only own it for a week, 1 week, or some other interval of time out of the year. And as a form of ownership, it's specifically recognized in this state and in most states.
Right, and so to me, what I'm inferring from what you're saying is the interval piece that's prohibited.
Right.
But the fractionalization, undivided, different
That's right.
interests,
That's right.
that's okay.
Right.
And therefore, we don't have a statement here that fraction was not prohibited.
Right. If John, to make this business successful, needed to take on partners, for example, and his partners wanted an interest in the business as reflected in an ownership interest in land, he could convey that to them.
In land or units?
In land
And/or
or improvements. However, the use of that improvement in the land can't change simply as a function of that change of form of ownership. And the restrictions on the use of the land don't restrict his ability to change the form of ownership. And I think in doing that, we stay within the confines of the law.
Let me ask another question, because I think this may really get at the heart of it for me. when this is all said and done, should it pass, is there one deed that is going to exist on the Montezuma parcel that has 7 cabins on it? And that would be what, if it were fractionalized, somebody would buy a piece of the deed. They own a part of that interest. It's not as if this Montezuma parcel is going to now have a subdivision where there are 7 different titles to 7 different pieces of property created.
That's right.
That's right.
There is no subdivision.
There is no subdivision, so it's all commonly held lands on the one lot.
Exactly. We're not saying who would commonly hold it, but it will all be commonly held.
Okay. And because the Pine Creek Cookhouse is on Forest Service land, naturally, we're not joining that into this parcel.
Right.
This parcel, there is, you know, I may have missed it between the 2 different resolutions, but is there or should there be in the covenant on the Montezuma mill site a prohibition against seeking future subdivision?
Well, the prohibition runs to things that we may not control. For example, condominialization is an event that can happen as a function of ownership.
Oh, I meant subdivision of land.
So subdivision is something that we do control. You can't have a subdivision in the state without this board signing off on a subdivision plat. That's it. So we could add that in here to simply say that the request can't be made, but the request, but that event is predicated upon your or this board's approval. And, you know, just like this covenant, once recorded, the board can always decide to release it. So to say that you won't even make the request is, to me, I don't know, I didn't include it, but we can put that in there as an extra layer.
Well, you know, I'm thinking about that, and I'm also thinking about whether the ski rec zoning relates to, or could relate to, that should there be tourist accommodations built, multiple accommodations on a single lot within a ski rec facility, ski rec facilities may not be subdivided. You know, something like that, so that, again, we just don't see, and we've all seen it, where someone comes back 20 years later and says, yeah, I've got a new idea here for you. I mean, and the future board could decide to modify that code, should they think that that's really what needs to happen. But, you know, what has concerned me is that, you know, and I think we're getting over the hump on it, as it were, but that you're going to allow 7 homes that are as big as most people's deed-restricted homes. They're called huts now. They're limited in kitchen facilities. Adding more kitchen facilities is easy enough, and to put the barriers and the intent in place clearly that we do not anticipate this being subdivided in such a way that they could become just 7 lots and 7 homes on the Montezuma mill site. That's just the goal, and that seems to be the goal as John is presenting it to us as well on behalf of Ashcroft. But it seems that maybe an amendment to ski rec to make sure that this sort of parcel is clearly taken care of. We wouldn't have to do that before final approvals, but, you know, we are already amending ski rec a little bit, and you know, maybe putting that safeguard in the memorandum of interest would be of interest to me. Michael?
We can include that in the reso as well as the covenant, if you'd like.
Yeah. I see Michael's hand, and then we'll come back to Rob.
The restrictions of the covenant essentially do the same thing. The representation is they're going to be used as ski huts for tourist accommodations, period. That's representation. I don't think we need to go any farther than that, because for future boards, conditions change, and I think that's sufficient, quite frankly. What we're doing here is sort of plain, sort of having scenarios in the future that may or may not be pertinent to this application. You know, we're getting what we want out of this application. So the resolution and the covenant restrictions that are sufficient, seems to me.
Well, I think that that's why we're here, to review the covenant and see if it is sufficient for us. You know, I can see someone coming forward in the future, again, not John, and I've just, 20 years of being at the table, I've seen some pretty unusual circumstances come back from given approvals. And someone could say, well, the ski rec zoning is silent on whether or not you can subdivide parcels like this. And you suddenly have some very high-powered attorneys trying to present, well, they were silent because they wanted to allow it, as opposed to it says something because they did not want to allow it. And I don't think it places any new burdens on the applicant beyond what they are requesting, but it does try to offer the surety to what we heard from a great number of neighbors in earlier letters that were in our first packet who really didn't approve of the subdivision at all, the amendments to the master plan at all. So that's why I would be interested in something like that, just to add some clarity and direction. Do others have questions either on this item? Rob, you were next,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
I'm just going to go back to the timeshare thing because I'm trying to figure out exactly what we're trying to protect ourselves against here. Is there anything to stop John from meeting someone, Mr. Smith, and saying, Mr. Smith contracting with John to say, for the rest of my life, I want January 1st to January 15th, and I'm going to pay you $100,000 to secure that reservation at your lodge for the next 99 years?
This does not restrict personal contracts.
So, I mean, to me, that's the essence of a timeshare, and it's
Any
not
more
restricting
than a lodge, say. Or
any more than a lodge
hotel.
or my restaurant. If someone said, I want Christmas Eve, I want that table at 7 o'clock on Christmas Eve for the next 20 years. And God bless John if he could find that client that comes in here and does that. So I'm not really sure where the timeshare thing really protects us against anything, because that to me is the essence of a timeshare, someone paying for a reserved allotment of time.
I think the concern typically is where you see a loss of lodge units or lodge rooms to condominiumization or other events like that, such that the room itself is paid for, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be occupied. If I have an interval ownership and I own the Christmas weeks, I may be here or I may be in the Keys that particular year. And if I'm not here, then the room has been satisfied. That economy has been satisfied. But the other things that would be occasioned by me physically being here aren't. And so the overall economy is kind of dragged down by a vacant lodge room. And having the lodge room available, even if it's not locked up like that, in a personal contract like the one you referenced, means that at least there is a theoretical availability of people coming into town. And I can come and I can visit this place because I can find a place to stay, and I can go up to Ashcroft and I'll be able to find a place there. I won't have to stay somewhere else and drive up to Ashcroft. That the experience is enhanced. It improves the resort overall. So that's always how the concern has been expressed to me.
Sure, I understand the concern, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see anything in the covenants that says if a physical being isn't in the property and it's being paid for by Mr. Smith, even though he's in Florida and not here for the weeks that he wanted every year, secured to use on whatever whim he wants during that time period. There's nothing to say that if there isn't someone physically sleeping in that bed, it has to be available to the public.
That's true.
So, I
That's
mean,
true.
in essence, he can sell it as a timeshare by contracting that time, a commitment to that time to someone for X dollars, whatever market may bear, and the person who has that access for those 15 days could sell that contract to somebody else, just like a fractional ownership.
I guess the assumption is that's sort of a scenario that's going to be rare.
Yeah.
And even if it does exist, if the person wants to go to the Keys instead of Aspen, they'll just go. They don't need to continue that contract. They can back out of it. It's easier than to try to sell your interval ownership, your timeshare. And so by trying to reduce the number of timeshares and maintain a number of short-term rental units, lodge units really, that overall, wherever that balance is, that would be better.
So the bottom line is, on the fractional ownership, I'm okay with the language. I'm not sure it accomplishes anything, is my personal opinion. A couple other notes, if I may.
Please.
One, I have a little complication with the cooking language in here, both in the resolution and in the covenants. Exactly how we define a kitchen, and in the resolution it says huts shall not contain cooking facilities, and I don't know what that means in terms of, I mean, you had talked about a microwave and maybe a hot pot. Is that a cooking facility? I mean, I'm okay with the language as long as the applicant's okay with the language, but I think it needs to be defined because there is going to be cooking facilities in there. In the covenants, it says, it defines a kitchen means a portion of a structure that includes a stove, refrigerator, and sink. Well, a mini bar would be a little refrigerator, a stove could be a hot pot, and a sink, I'm assuming there's going to be a sink or a bathroom where someone can wash their hands. So they're going to be in violation of that right off the bat.
The definition of kitchen that's in the covenant comes out of the land use code. And in the interest of just kind of getting the job done, I left it the same. But there is a clause in the covenant such that if the land use code changes to redefine kitchen in some way, then the new definition will apply. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right now,
And again, it's really for the applicant to make sure that the applicant's okay with that, because we don't want to set up a losing proposition that they're not going to be in compliance from day one.
Obviously.
Another issue that is this short-term tourist accommodations. There's really no language in there prohibiting a family of 4 being 4 different renters over 4 different sets of times, and the other people are the guests. And I don't know if that's something we want to protect ourselves against, but again, you have a family of 4, they could rent it for 2 months because you have a different occupant and 3 other people that are just there as well. And I think that's the one thing that does protect us from somebody occupying this unit for a long period of time as a private residence as opposed to a rented unit.
Yeah, perhaps a resident or their immediate family, I don't
Yeah.
know, but maybe they'd be sequential, so you don't want to go too far. I actually had identified number 5 as well. The huts shall not contain cooking facilities, I have semicolon, but may allow mini fridge, microwave, and portable items such as a coffee pot. That was just my thought. I was going to throw that by the door, just for clarity's sake. I think part of it has to do more with the permanent installation. Does it have a hood, range hood? Is it something you've had to hook gas lines in for the oven, or the size of the refrigerators, things like that. Rob, did you have another question?
No, that's it for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jack, were you up next?
Yeah, the more we talk about this, and that number 6 here, the creation of timeshares for the huts is prohibited, it doesn't meet muster for me, and I'd like John's recommendation whether we should keep it in here. I mean, what purpose does it? Page 2 in the main resolution, not the one, covering that is the second item.
It's page 5 in our packet.
I guess maybe, yeah, we're not. Second page, anyway, it's number 6. John?
As to whether or not it should be included at all?
Yeah, I mean, Rob's made a case, I just continue to have questions. It's more terminology, but what end does it provide, end result, that's going to either protect us or direct John? Because it sounds like he can do fractional, he can do a form of interval, meaning an interval of time. Well, okay, John, I'd like to have that time in January annually for 5 years, whatever. I mean, if it serves a purpose, I'd like to know what it is.
Well, I don't know. The decision is ultimately for the board and what your comfort level is.
I always know that.
And I don't know how to respond to that, to tell you the truth. The idea of having an interval ownership property associated with Ashcroft, or having a short-term, a lodge room associated with it.
That's the goal.
So,
Tourist accommodation.
so if the board wishes to focus on an approval of a lodge room, essentially, something that functions that way, then having that prohibition in the resolution and the covenant will get you there. If it's not that important for the board to restrict against interval ownership or timeshares, then you can do away with it.
Well, what I'm looking at is, and I think it's very clear, my sense of the board is we would like these to be tourist accommodations as represented by the applicant. But this, and I didn't see anything timeshares, there's use, referenced here in the covenant, so I didn't see timeshare in the covenant. I'm just not sensing it's getting us anywhere, and it's unfortunate we're spending so much time on something that I see not being of any valid concern. Since it appears our goal is tourist accommodations, we ought to make sure that this says exactly that. And, hey, I'm open to going around this tree circle.
If you're looking for a response, I'm much more comfortable with the idea of a fractional than timeshare. And, maybe some of this is just anecdotal and some of it is deeper concerns, but, the term timeshare ended up being pretty widely discredited, and is why the industry has moved to fractional.
Exactly.
The timeshare kind of connotates a cheaper product and an overdevelopment. Maybe you think in Florida as the classic market, but they're all over the country. And you can go on eBay and buy people's timeshares for a penny because they are so anxious to get out of the monthly homeowner dues because they the maintenance fees because they're not being well kept. And so as a market, it seems to have moved much more to fractional. I think that you get into management issues. Who do you sue when there's been a failure to pay Pickens County property tax? Is it how many different interval owners do you then trace down? Do they owe the property tax, or is it a management company, or if the management company goes bankrupt? There were a lot of failures within the timeshare structure, and that's why they moved more to something that isn't a definite interest in the real estate property, an undivided interest in the real estate, as opposed to somebody else owns the timeshare, but you have a right to use some of it. There were those sort of distinctions that it's my understanding of why the market moved. So just leave it at that. Maybe we are putting too much time into it, but it's something that, it's just like transit planning or the airport master plan, is for where we're going to be in 15 or 20 years.
Or a new owner.
Yeah, George?
Yeah, I'm comfortable leaving that in, basically for the same reasons you just expressed, Rachel. Timeshares are different than fractional shares, as John has discussed with us. In regards to the hut should not contain cooking facilities, we have, as you said, John, in our code what constitutes a cooking facility. And so we could tell if there's an abuse on that or not.
Yeah, but it's almost more restrictive than I think we mean when I looked at it as it relates to the covenant as well. The second is the one John pointed out yesterday, number 2. It says kitchen means that portion of a structure that includes a stove, refrigerator, and sink. And so if we're putting the two together, it would sound like there's no sink to rinse your hands after eating your muffins you brought in from the trail ride, or there's no mini fridge that you can keep your leftovers in, or a microwave to heat your chocolate up with. I mean, it means nothing at all as our code is written today, and I think that's unduly limiting. This is probably relating more to the barns and the agricultural code, where we don't want people putting kitchens in what's supposed to be a barn, or other type of accommodations. I'm just not sure it's been updated
So is there,
differentiate.
is there a distinction that is written down between a kitchen and a kitchenette?
I don't believe
I don't think the land use code has any definition for kitchenette. I mean, I think the approach here, I mean, I think the use of kitchen is probably more appropriate because that is what is defined in the code, but that probably the condition in the reso would say the hut shall not contain kitchens except for the specific things. I think Rachel mentioned, you know, mini fridge, microwave, portable appliances. I mean, mini fridge, I know with like caretaker units, the housing guidelines have a very specific definition of how big a refrigerator has to be in a real dwelling unit. So we could probably use that to say it can't be, you know, larger than, to show that it's, you know, we're talking about, I don't want to just say mini fridge, but that it defines what that is. So I think we can come up with more defined language that provides these exceptions that we're saying, you can't have a kitchen, but there are certain things.
Is there anything in our code that addresses lodge rooms as tourist accommodations that may have kitchenettes but not kitchens?
I don't think, again, I don't think anything distinguishes if there is any mention. I think kitchen is the only phrase that's used. I don't think anything gets to the level of what's a kitchenette, defining it, or, so I think the way to get at it is to put specific language here.
I wonder if the city would have something like that that distinguishes for their tourist
I may be able to,
accommodations.
you know, I mean, I'm sure I can go out there and find what this language should be to, you know, I mean, I think I'm pretty clear about the types of things you want to allow as opposed to what we don't. So, I mean, we can tighten that up by seeing what language
I
I
think
think
the kitchenette in the city allows more of a stove top as well, burners.
But not actually a stove, probably, in terms of a tourist accommodation.
Probably not a stove, but stove tops.
Stove top.
You know, so.
So, I mean, I could, yeah, but I think I'm pretty clear on where you want to draw that line.
Where you can't cook a 20-pound turkey.
Yeah.
If you had a big enough microwave, you could sure.
Are there additional questions on the reso that people wanted to bring forward or comments? Mike? Oh, Jack, were you still at the floor? Go ahead.
You know, the items that we've done is timeshare, okay, I'm done. Good, thank you, Jack. Get out of here on that one. The other one is about subdivision. John, and you need to reinforce this, but I thought I saw you nod your head in agreement with Rachel's comment that's not your intention ever to subdivide. And so I'd like to include language in here just as a security, because future boards, and even if there was an amendment to an application, it makes a statement in here. And that's why it's almost kind of like that timeshare thing which you just explained. So I would like to have John, Suzanne, team, whatever, figure out where that would go and whether it's covenant and reso or either or whatever as we evolve this conversation.
Thank you for weighing on this, helping create some clarity. We'll double check with the rest of the board as we go through other comments, and you know the memorandum of the covenant reso on the overall land use, and then the ski rec zoning as well to reference that. Multiple ski huts on single lots shall be prohibited from subdivision. Something like that is what I would be looking for. And again, we'll check and see if a majority of the board wants to do that. I saw one other term that I thought we might need a little more clarification. It's not to change the intent, but to clarify. Item 7 on page 3 of the reso, the standards that shall apply. Item B, I think walk-in rental of units is a little unclear. I think it's what we're intending to be is same-day rentals shall be available. You know, it's not that someone's going to go up to Ashcroft and walk into one of these units or walk into the cookhouse and say, do you have anything available? As much as we want to make sure that they are available that day if someone...
Do we rent it for an hour?
If you're lucky.
As long as you can fractionalize.
Just an afternoon nap after the hunting, yeah, but, so I think same day is a better term than walk-in. And then, I think on item A in that same section, we need to kind of break it into 2 sentences. You know, because it's mixing as if they are fractionalized with maybe they won't ever be. So huts shall be available for short-term rental to the public at competitive rates that ensure occupancy, period, and when not in use by an owner of the hut, should the huts be fractionalized, exact same language, they shall be available for short-term rental. You know, I'm sorry, you know, maybe that's unnecessary with your clause in the lead in on number 7, so I apologize, it's not necessary. I'll leave that alone.
One
Okay.
thing, actually, since you're on that one about the competitive rates, I did put out an email request on the sort of APA Colorado. Does anybody else out there have any ideas on limit having, well, the two questions I asked, I didn't bring the exact language, but, you know, what's any language restricting the length of rentals to ensure turnover? Nobody really had anything. Most everybody else's concern out there is more the short-term rental of residences. And so pretty much everyone who did respond, you know, was saying less than 30 days. You know, 30 days was kind of that break point for them of what's short-term versus long. And then absolutely no one who responded, I did have 9 responses from various municipalities and counties, had anything that would try and ensure competitive rates. So I didn't get any help there.
Okay.
Just since I know that was kind of lurking out there, is there anything out there that might help us? I couldn't come up with anything.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
On item 11, the applicant shall participate in future processes to amend the Maroon Castle Creek master plan related to Upper Valley Castle. I mean, I just find that intrusive. I mean, we would, so from now on, all applications are going to force people to be in a democratic process? I just, you know, that's what it implies. I can't support that at all. I mean, it would be in John's interest to be in that process, but he's going to be at those meetings and say, hi, my name is John. I'm here because my land use application forces me to be here.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, Michael. I'm wondering if it's similar to competitive rates. What is participation? You send a letter saying, I like the plan or I don't. Yeah, is that participation? But there is a unique difference because this is a commercial operation. And so the commercial impacts, everything else surrounding it is residential. And perhaps they're working on the master plan and they want to know, well, how many times a day do you run the bus up and down or the shuttle? And well, I don't know, he won't come to meetings. Or we want to know how successful was the ski touring operation last summer. I don't know, they won't give us any statistics. It may get hard to master plan and for the other participants to know what's going on if the one commercial activity in the commercial, you know, in their master plan isn't participating. I'm just trying to hazard a guess as to why staff may have thought that that would be important, and that's different from a single-family homeowner.
Well, but it's still, the owner is a single person so far, or maybe a couple. But I just don't see asking to participate in what is a voluntary process. The democratic process is a voluntary process. Once you start stipulating on land use that you have to participate in this process, what good is it? I mean, you know, and I would be personally offended if I had some requirement imposed by the state on participation in a democratic process. I mean, that's associated with totalitarian states where they have 100% turnout in votes. Not in our process, which is a voluntary process, and you judge by your own self-interest whether you should be in that process or not because it's stipulated in an approval.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, but you know, again, for me, I see this as being a commercial activity that creates impacts to its neighbors that are above and beyond what a single-family home would or could do. And, you know, I can imagine, again, we're really not trying to talk about you, John. I'm trying to imagine future ownership. but where you have neighbors at the top of the street and they're all saying, well, we're having a real big problem with parking up here, or they're not doing this, or they said they'd do that. Well, the owner's in California and he isn't sending a representative, and you have a lot of regular citizens trying to participate in that democratic process that don't have the resources or the ability to reach out to the commercial operator in the community. Maybe that is their choice. But how do others feel about the matter? Let me move it off my 2 cents worth. Cindy, were you?
Well, go ahead with the discussion if you want, but I do have a comment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I'm just curious why staff's take on this, so I'd like to hear Cindy's comment.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Cindy Hubin, Community Development Director. I think John understands that for a long time there's been quite the dynamic up at the head of the valley in Castle Creek, and there's a lot of different interests. You know, there's cross-country Nordic interests, there's neighborhood interests, there's all types of environmental concerns at the head of the valley. There's access issues through that part of the valley to some of our more remote roads. And we all realize that at some point we do need to do it, and there's the historic interest. There needs to be an overview look. And I think the intent here in this comment, if it's offensive or if you don't feel that it's something that is going to be productive, maybe there's a better way of stating it in the whereas clauses. Whereas we are aware that this issue, that this area of the valley is one that needs a sub-area master plan, and a master plan will be forthcoming, and the reasons why it's important for this property to be acknowledged as part of that are, and then we would elaborate on the reasons why in the whereas clauses. I think, and then I would assume that, as Michael said, it's to anyone's advantage to be a part of that process rather than ignore it, because they may be planned around versus being incorporated into the planning. So if that's an alternative you like, I think that could work for our intent, which is one more of acknowledgement that we're looking in that direction.
Yeah, I like that explanation, and I like the change in the language, because that also helps inform future owners that there is a process that may be taking place, and your participation is going to be important to be as part of that process. So I think rewording it that way would certainly satisfy me.
Okay. Jack?
Well, I'm just trying to understand the practical side of this. Obviously, currently, the caucus is dormant. If in fact this application does get an approval, it's going to have its approval, and we can't change that approval except for matters of statewide concern. It's pretty involved, issues that would be. So what's the benefit? I think there's a positive have it in here, but I would just say the applicant should participate instead of shall, because the shall is the demanding, the directing. But what's the benefit after the approval is given? That's the question I have.
Yeah, I think everyone's right. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And we're going to see potential issues with Toclot, with other single-family home development, with historical society interests, with trailhead interests, with Forest Service interests, and it would only be to the benefit of whoever's there to know what's going on, as John has closely followed over the years. Would you support Cindy's concept of putting it in the whereas
Well,
this is a commercial?
She'd have to provide the language, and then I would weigh in on it.
Why don't you work on some specific language, Cindy, while we're discussing this?
Because I like the
'cause
reference, it's a reasonable.
I'm thinking we're probably getting close to moving this forward in 2011 rather than 2012. Other questions on the resolutions, either one of them?
I have one about water, if I might,
Okay.
just to clarify with staff. Page 3 at the bottom, it talks about 10C, provide information on the proposed water supply and on-site wastewater treatment systems. Now, in our code, we have a certain number of units, kicks it up, no, state law, I think it is, kicks it to the state level, as opposed to local environmental health. Does these number of units, 7 units?
You know, that's why this is intended that they provide more information when they come in for site plan review.
And then that will be a determination.
And then we can address that, because, right, there are various factors that will determine whether it's under our environmental health jurisdiction or goes to the state. So that's what we'd be looking for at that time, to figure out really what that is moving forward.
Perfect. And on D, on the same 10D, next page, top, depict driveways or walkways to the cabins as applicable and the parking node for summer. Well, it seems like driveways and parking node, you know, there's winter and summer, so we know where everything parks in the winter, the parking node. But why would this, there are no driveways in the winter, is that correct?
There's no vehicular access to the huts. You know, I think here, I mean, there's an assumption that there will be some form of access in.
The walkway
Right,
more
for
than
maintenance,
likely.
whatever, I mean, there'll be walkways more for people to move around, but that there would be some form of vehicular access, whether it be to accommodate maintenance, but it's not intended for everyone to be able to drive their car in.
Yeah, so this is a site planning issue?
This is a site plan issue,
Okay.
correct.
Good. 16, Rachel, okay?
Yeah, this is fine. I'm fine.
Then this is the last one here. 16, Nordic Trails at the Ashcroft Ski Touring Area shall comply with the Pitkin County Nordic Trails Master Plan guidelines and standards. What does that mean?
There are specific, this came obviously from the Nordic Council, and, I mean, we do have an adopted master plan that does address certain types of trails, width of trails, type of grooming that is expected. George may be more familiar with them than I am. But those types of things, that their request had been that the state, they should be using the same standards that are used elsewhere in the county. In
Okay,
terms of
well, and I can
trail
understand on the
standards.
surface what this means, but what does this mean for John? Is this a, John or a future operator, is this a reasonable expectation? Does it hinder, does it substantially cost, on the operations side, more money to do? What I don't have is the knowledge of what's being done and what this is going to require. And I'm trying to sense if it's fair. I think the goal would be reasonable as far as consistency, but I'm concerned, what are we laying on John or a future owner? Because I do not know about the quality of, the consistency relative to this plan about what John does.
John, would you
Maybe
like
we
to?
could get some feedback?
Thank you. What I'd said originally, and actually said when I met with the Nordic people, I'm really at the behest of the Forest Service. Their standards, number one. Number two, there might be some cases where we have trails that aren't the same as their trails, like River Run Trail. We can't do any enlarging of it because of riparian issues or Forest Service issues or Corps of Army Engineer issues. So you're right. That's got to be probably a little more defined.
Yeah.
Because they could come up with things that they can afford to do that maybe I can't afford to do. They could say every trail has to be done by a $200,000 snowcat, and River Run you have to use a snowmobile.
George?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that master plan says, but this is really the crux for me in terms of having this whole proposal go forward, because the whole idea is to help protect and maintain Nordic skiing in Ashcroft. And for a future owner, what that means is they have to abide by that. They can't not set tracks, set trails. They can't not groom in a timely fashion. They've got to have this as an operable facility. And so we can look at what those standards are in the approved master plan for Nordic, but I don't think it says anything specifically about type of equipment or width of trails, but that they just have to be regularly maintained and
I think it differentiates between, and again, I'm unfortunately not that familiar with them, but I mean, I think it differentiates between type of trails where you can provide, you know, the track for skating plus, you know, track skiing. You know, I assume it addresses that there are areas where you can't provide that, so then there would be a standard associated with that. I mean, it may be more, rather than using the compliance language, maybe consistent with, maybe more appropriate. You know, that obviously that's what we're aiming for, but hopefully, I mean, I think there's sort of those different grades of types of trails and then what the standards would be associated with those.
I think what we talked about at the time too, and Martha's here now, and I think she spoke about it, was that they would determine. We couldn't have another body to come in and have two people saying that trail's the way it should be, and another one saying that's not the way it should be. That I think you said that, didn't you, at the last meeting, that?
Please come on up and identify
Sure.
yourself for the record.
Sure. My name's Martha Moran. I'm with the Forest Service. I'm the Special Use Administrator for Ashcroft Ski Touring. And I'm just looking, I've been talking to the Nordic Council and how they want to see what they wrote about the Nordic ski trail system. And what I've been trying to work with John a little bit in his operating plan is what are the categories for his trails, such as full width, medium width, narrow width, snowshoe, you know, and that sort of system. And that's what I think with the Nordic trail system, that they want to see a little bit into a standard that the skiers or the snowshoers are informed about where they're going on those trails.
What to expect.
And what to expect. And I think, for example, what he's talking about would be you going on the River Run Trail, which is right by the riparian. It would be a narrow width, so it'd be, you know, a little more dangerous. But what we have is easier, moderate, advanced, and expert. So kind of moving those two with that. So I'm working with John on that.
So, George?
Yeah, and again, I think that the crux is to have those trails to be regularly maintained and regularly groomed. And I don't think we have to designate how they're groomed based on the ability and the width of those trails, whether it can be a cat or a snowmobile, or but they've got to remain open when there's snow and
Or during the course of the regular ski season. They don't have to be open in May if there's a lot of snow.
Right, right.
That all comes under my permit with the Forest Service, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Martha, remember the last time you mentioned, you said that I would lose my permit if I didn't maintain the trails.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
But to a standard.
but are you saying I have two bosses, one coming and saying, you didn't groom yesterday, or is it the Forest Service? Who do I report to? I mean, that's the deal. What I said to the Nordic Council, we talked about this issue. It's easy to say when you have $2 million in subsidy from the county and can buy brand new equipment with a certain amount that we can do or can't do. We can't compete with you in some cases because we don't have that amount of money free and clear to spend on grooming, so we do as best we can under the circumstances and do it within our permit. This certainly supports it, but I don't know how I could be beholden to the Nordic Council to come up and say you're in violation of your covenants or your agreement because you didn't groom yesterday. Who's the arbiter, I guess, of, in my belief, it's the Forest Service.
Okay.
What?
George,
Can I just follow up with Martha? So, I mean, it should be incumbent upon the Forest Service to ensure that these trails are open, safe, and available to the public. And for that to happen, they do have to be groomed on a regular basis. They do have to be maintained.
Yes, they do, and that is part of the rule of the monitoring of the ski area, making sure that when people are paying, they are getting the experience that they are having good maintained trails. So that's one of the main things in this operating plan and this permit, so, yeah. And John, that's part of the whole thing of being the ski area, maintaining that standard as a Nordic ski area. But when I looked at the plan, there wasn't any criteria in there, and that's something I'm trying to figure out, when it has to be groomed and how long. There really isn't that details other than the width and the higher standards for grooming. However, if they're paying, they need to have most of their trails groomed, and his map should reflect where and what's open. And like right now, John doesn't have much open because of the snow, so it's dependent on the snow.
So, I'll just follow up with
Yeah,
Martha. Thank
and
you.
wishing others who want
Thank you.
to weigh in.
So is there a way, Martha, that you can look at working with the Nordic Council and with Suzanne in terms of what the master plan guidelines currently are, and try to incorporate that in terms of your lease to the leasee? And then that way the owner of Ashcroft only does have one person to answer to, would be the Forest Service, who provides that lease. But it seems like it's important that you really understand what we're trying to get at, as well as what you're trying to get at, and just dovetail those two together.
Yes, I would say that I have been talking to Howie and a few other folks on the Nordic Council. They have come in to talk to me about that standards, and also reporting on some of the monitoring and making sure that it is at a level that's acceptable to the Nordic community for what they're paying. Yes, and that's our responsibility as the permanent administrator.
Okay.
Michael?
Well, given that this resolution is about the HUDs, I don't really see that this conditions of the ski trails that are not on this property that we're dealing with should be part of this resolution. I just doesn't make sense. Because I mean, if you look at the resolution, it's about the it's about the 7 huts here.
Yeah, but we're taking two actions together, and one of those is also the, excuse me, I'm sorry, it was,
Rich, let
I
me
guess
help.
it's, okay,
We are
the ski rec master plan
granting
amendments.
approval, yeah, Ashcroft Ski Touring Area Ski Rec Master Plan Amendments, so this is inclusive.
And I think one point there is that the Nordic Council, with this master plan, has come into play since the original Ashcroft master plan was approved prior to sort of the Nordic Council putting together this master plan. And I think they came forward and looking at the original master plan, there isn't a reference to kind of this issue of the quality, the type of skiing experience. Again, that is covered in the Forest Service permit, but there really wasn't any reference on the county side. So I guess, yeah, I would relate that to this being an amendment to the master plan.
Let me see if I have some language
for
that
the
might
ski
work
area.
for capturing what I think has been the dialogue. If number 16 were to read along the lines of, the Nordic ski trails at the Ashcroft Ski Touring Area shall comply with their Forest Service permit requirements, comma, and strive for consistency with the Pickens County Nordic Trails Master Plan guidelines and standards.
Yeah, because that's really not talking, directing a specific operational thing, but a goal.
It's a goal. And if I remember, a lot of the plan was really, as Martha has said, about categorizing what type of trail, so there's consistency. If you get on a blue on one hill, it's a blue somewhere else. And then also, it's very permissive that it does things like says, encourages slopes to not be beyond a certain degree, or encourages not, to cross roads, with having to take your skis off. And so it's, I think that language should get us there. Okay. Other issues that others would like to bring up? John, you certainly have your shot here. Sorry about
Thank you
that.
about the kitchens. I was gonna talk about that. That sounds great when you talked about, I don't know if I even want microwaves, but I suppose you have to have something like that. On 8, the, all previously approved improvements, including new arrival center, 2-bedroom employee housing units, must be completed. It would be nice to be able to have, if we got the money and so forth, to do it all at once. And one of the problems that happened when I got my building permits before to build the employee housing in the King Cabin was that Forest Service didn't approve it. Yet I'd contracted for the contractor, I'd contracted for the excavators, all that kind of stuff, and bought logs for the King Cabin. So I lost about $100,000. And because of the building season, and for my neighbors, it would be nice, unlike other neighbors who take years to build things. We did the restaurant, as you all know, in about 5 or 6 months, which was a world record for a contractor who's used to building something over 3 years. And we think all this could be done in one swoop. I mean, that would be the ideal situation. So I think we talked one time about saying that no CO would be issued for the tourist accommodations until the others were completed. But it would be nice to have the ability to do it simultaneously. Maybe there's some kind of bond, I don't know what, but, you know. Because you'd really be 2 years as opposed to what could be done in 1 year.
You know, I think the challenge has been the delay, which was not all caused on previous and constantly making extensions. I can see greater work being put into the language of the phasing. I mean, that's just me personally, but it is pretty black and white here, and maybe there could be some discussion about some phasing opportunities. You know, something that comes to mind, it's just me, but maybe it's that there can't be the construction of the 5 additional ski huts until these other things have happened, but that the you know, conversion could start for the first 2 ski huts if the other affordable housing is put in place, or I don't know, maybe I'm getting out of my depth on this, but do you have alternate language that you wanted to ask us for, John, or anything specific we can try to evaluate?
Well, I don't know, I mean, I
Nancy,
guess
Michael
if
next.
I got the plan, I'd just come back and ask you to amend it so that we could do it all at once. I mean, I
Well, I
don't know
think-
why I couldn't do it all at once if I was doing
Let's
it
do it now if we
all at
can.
once.
Okay, so
I guess it would be to
This would
say
be prior
that-
to or concurrent with. And then,
Yeah.
you know, maybe some additional language specific to, right, that the COs for the new huts and the conversion of the huts could not be issued until the COs, you know, something along those lines to add to the phasing. But basically,
We
the
talked
point is
about
that
it
all
once.
of the construction could proceed at one time. But then, right, is there something to catch it at the end to make sure that those are clearly completed first? You know, I mean, we could put in language to that effect.
Michael?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that there has to be COs existing for those cabins, and COs won't be issued for any other cabins until those cabins have the COs.
Yeah.
And so, because it's really not about, it's not about the sequencing of construction, it's more about the completion of those 2 units first.
Okay.
Yeah, I would support
Yeah.
completed prior to or concurrent with the conversion, and then add at the appropriate place. The sequence of COs, though, has to happen. And that way, you know, golly, if the momentum's there, get it built, but the CO has, because that's our guarantee that we get our mitigation.
Okay.
And it all works.
Okay. Rob?
I think you got the gist of it. I mean, in the 3rd line, I would just say, shall be completed prior to the issuance of a CO for the 2 existing cabins on the Montezuma. Issue of a CO on the conversion of the 2 cabins. something, I think you get the
Yeah.
scoop.
Yeah.
They can do things concurrently, but the king cabin and the other stuff have to finish first.
Right.
John, did you have other points you want to bring up?
No, we did the Nordic Trails, we did the
Surgery.
kitchens, we did the, yeah, no.
I have one, Rachel.
Okay.
Actually, condition number 2, and this is kind of a cross between the reso and the restricted covenant. This language we hadn't changed, it's kind of been what I put out there for a while, but at the very end, the last sentence, cookhouse would have to be, huts and cookhouse would have to be rendered uninhabitable within 2 years of the date the public operation ceases. And when John was working on this covenant, he sort of, I think, wasn't sure where the 2 years had come from. I'm not sure I know where the 2 years had come from, except it was something we threw out there. So in the covenant, John has talked about within 60 days of the date the public operation ceases, the huts shall be rendered uninhabitable. So I think you just need to have, I guess, a discussion about what is that appropriate time frame. If the public, ski recreation area use was to cease, how much time, what's the time frame in there for those huts to not be available for this type of use?
Yeah. I was thinking the 2-year was reasonable because should it close and there was a search for a buyer, you wouldn't want to, who would reopen. You wouldn't want to, really have taken a lot of the value out of those cabins that a future operator would, make it attractive for them to buy and start again. I mean, so to me, doing it in 60 days might be far too quick. If you would like to, a lot of businesses, when they close, it takes a little bit of time before someone determines, do I really want to buy it or not buy it, is the price too high, but eventually works its way out. And so I could just see allowing a little time for it to work itself out. George?
Yeah, I have a question because it says if the public ski recreation area use was to cease, well, who instigates that? Is it the Forest Service and
So maybe it needs to be 2 different clauses, that if it ceases because of the Forest Service activity, but again, you get back to, could somebody else pursue a new permit and pursue a new permit, again, not talking about John. There's a future bad operator, Forest Service pulls its permit, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't let someone else operate it in the future if they were going to do it up to par. And again, that might be the future buyer of the asset. And do we really want to require the diminishment of the asset while something like a bankruptcy or change of operators works itself out?
Well, that's why I was just kind of curious if Martha has any input on it, because then it follows that the cookhouse would then be rendered uninhabitable, and the cookhouse is on Forest Service land. So does the Forest Service have any input onto this?
There has been discussion about if there was not, it's a resort permit with the primary function of cross-country skiing. If there isn't cross-country skiing, then the viability of the Pine Creek Cookhouse would not be a building that we would sanction on forest land. So if the cookhouse wasn't running, it would not be a ski area. Does that make sense to you, Joe? Yeah, so basically, if it isn't a ski area, if he's not doing the ski area and just doing the cookhouse, he wouldn't have or whoever it is, the permittee would not be able to operate the Pine Creek Cookhouse. The Pine Creek Cookhouse is auxiliary to the skiing. You must have the skiing for the cookhouse to operate, and that's been the discussion we've had for a while.
But there's no skiing in the summertime, and what if they wanted to operate the cookhouse through one last summer season? And, let's say March 30th, the ski operation dies for whatever reason, and, John needs to wrap up his assets, and he sees some revenue, or somebody, maybe, not John, the guy that's the bad guy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the future operator.
The future operator that's the bad guy. sees the best time to liquidate his food and beverage operation would be September, let's say. So he wants to operate through the summer. I mean, this is where we're saying, does the Forest Service then give him a month so he's out of there in May? Or does the Forest Service say, okay, you can operate through the summer without the ski area, but you can't operate next winter without a ski area? So really the question is our timing on this. Is it a year? Is it 2 years? Is it 90 days? If the ski operation were to go away, we're granting these permits for these huts based on the fact that it's supported by the ski area and based on the fact that the ski area is supported by the huts and vice versa. So how long does that relationship need to continue to perhaps reverse the closing of the ski area or the huts? I don't know. I would say somewhere between a year and 2 years.
I don't think we can dictate what the Forest Service will do. And so I would imagine that they're going to take a cautious look at it to say, well, is there any possibility it's coming up from the ashes? They like the public amenity, and
But we're not talking about the Forest Service, because if the ski area stops, can he still operate these huts, which are not on Forest Service land, as a hotel? That's what we're talking about, because this is private land. This is not. We're not talking about the ski. We're not talking about the Pine Creek Cookhouse.
I think it should be related to the operation of the cookhouse because they do not have kitchens.
Yeah.
And the big thing has been that there's going to be breakfast provided in the morning to go with these places, and that they will get their dinners and their lunches from these places. And so they're more tied with the cookhouse operating than they are
with the skiing.
What decision the Forest Service were to make going forward. Martha?
This permit right now around the cookhouse is a resort permit, which is a little different than a ski area permit. I don't know if John shared with you. And in the resort permit in the summer, he does have authorization for fishing and other resort type operation around there in that area. So I would say what you're asking is he does have a little latitude in the summer for other operations for the resort permit in the summer around the cookhouse.
Yeah.
The 80 acres around the cookhouse.
Thank you for that clarification, Martha. I think that's helpful. Jack?
I think we have a couple things going on here. Forest Service relative to ski area and resort, summer use. Okay. But then when you go to the covenant, which we haven't even got to, number 2 in the covenant talks about a change in use, an illegal change in use, a kitchen or whatever, and that's where I think John's 60 days comes in. So the 2 years and the 60 days, I think, are two different issues.
Okay. Well,
and we haven't got to the covenant.
We haven't gotten to the covenant. I'll just say again, I'm comfortable leaving it at 2 years. I think 2 years goes by pretty quick, and let some time happen for things to play out and perhaps solutions to evolve should there, be a seasonal closure. I want to bring up one thing myself that's a different point, and I think it's fairly straightforward, but then also I know Michael has to leave early. I want to give him an opportunity if he'd like to make any final comments or advice to the board or on this item. On page 3 of the resolution, item 10, number C, back to the water supply. I think that I hate mixing both water supply and wastewater in the same sentences, but I'm not going to try and wordsmith it here. But I think that we need something that requires keeping the on-site wastewater treatment system maintained as per manufacturer and environmental health specifications. That's just a separate single sentence, which is hard to do when you put both water supply and wastewater in the same sentence. But it's a very sensitive area. We've gone backwards through our code already to require upon resale of residences on these systems, they have to have an inspection to make sure they're functioning properly, given the sensitivity of the headwaters. I wouldn't want that resale to be the only opportunity we have, should there start to be problems with the operation of one or another of those. So just a requirement to keep them maintained as per manufacturer specifications and the recommendations of the Environmental Health Department.
Are you suggestion that we do a seawater, D, wastewater, and then continue with E and F?
Yeah, and resequence those.
Staff, you know,
To have another letter, but I think we can get a little more clear on that one. Michael, do you have some thoughts or comments, or?
No.
Okay. Thank you. If we're able to bring this to a successful vote tonight, do you have any objections to that, or do you want us to
No,
continue?
go ahead.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Great, thank you. Cindy, you have a comment?
Since Michael is about to leave, you asked me to find some potential language.
Yes,
for
thank you.
Whereas clause, and I've come up with this, we'll see where it works. Whereas the Ashcroft area has multiple uses that include a historic site, a commercial ski area and restaurant, ownership by a nonprofit environmental organization, a backcountry hut system and trailheads, and access to federal lands. The changed circumstances in this area of the valley, along with the increased intensity of use of the area, warrant the development of a sub-area neighborhood master plan. The Montezuma Mill site huts are located within this area. Consideration of information and data regarding the use of the Montezuma Mill site huts will be critical to the master planning process. Just as a, I think that gives that direction that whoever's running that operation will be wanting to use their information as part of the master plan process. Does that get more where you were going?
I think it.
Yeah, it's just a situational awareness kind of.
And it's a whereas.
Rather than, compelling you to vote.
Okay. Yeah, let me ask one, I'll live with what you have now. If there was a last comma on what Cindy just read that said, and Ashcroft's ski area limited, whatever the right name is, participation in future master planning efforts is encouraged with that?
Well, it should be that the number of assets and people up there.
All of them are encouraged.
All of them should be encouraged.
And, okay, I'm happy to leave that, and you make it that way, and
all ownership is encouraged.
All interested parties
shall be encouraged to participate in these efforts. Okay, very good, that's a good one.
Let me qualify. Cindy, are you asking for the creation of a sub-area master plan separate of just for the head of the valley? And that means the historic district has to part? But then we're only saying it should occur. That's the bottom line?
They should participate, should it occur.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, that clarifies for me.
Okay.
I had to get the should where it went.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Don, did you have anything? Okay, and
Merry Christmas, Michael.
we are.
Same to you, John.
Merry Christmas, Michael.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Michael.
Might get to be winter out there.
Yeah.
Rachel, I did want to clarify condition 8. I never heard a final on that. I wasn't quite sure what we were doing there.
Okay, wait a second, let me look it up. 8. I think that Suzanne is working on a little wording for us on that.
Okay.
Right now, of how we get to prior to or concurrent with, and the language on the CO. So I'm gonna just leave that hanging out for a few minutes. When we get to a motion, we'll try to have something more exact, and that was the phasing of the improvements as they go forward. Let's go to this restrictive covenant. as Jack has said, we really haven't discussed this yet. John, you had a chance to look at the covenant.
Is it possible to break for like a minute? To change dates? I don't want to miss the vote or anything.
No, that's a good idea.
Just give me 1 second.
Let's recess for just a couple minutes and, yep, it'll give everyone a good chance, and Susan, you can work. Grassroots, you got the tape? Thank you. We're continuing with the review of the Ashcroft Ski Touring Area Ski Rec Master Plan amendments. We're now looking at the restrictive covenant our attorney has drafted. We've already discussed some items about this in some ways. As I've said, the one thing I really would like to add is the addition of prohibiting subdivision of the lot.
Sure.
And so that's
We'll add that.
a simple amendment. Okay.
And the change from on the timeline, 60 to 2 years.
60 to 2 years is a timeline change.
Well, as I stated earlier, there's two things going on. I agree with the 2 years about the ski area or the Forest Service, if all that's changing. But what if there is, for example, some, not John, we got to always clarify this, but some other future owner puts in kitchens, more formal, a stove as it were, or something. I think the 60 days should relate to violation of Picken County Code stuff. The 2 years should be Forest Service. Does that make any sense? Or maybe it's unnecessary to clarify it.
Well, there's enforcement under paragraph 5 that I would be comfortable enough. If somebody built a kitchen, that it.
Oh, that's cease and desist.
Yeah, and so, and if somebody built a kitchen, I don't think I wouldn't want to be in the position of having to make a decision, all right, 60 days, you're out.
Well, that's cease and desist of.
But the cease and desist of use is.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm clear on that. So 2 years should be substituted.
Okay. Should we add the clarification again on the kitchen area?
Just the exceptions.
Yeah.
We'll mirror the same
Into the
language.
covenant,
Okay,
yeah.
mirror the same language there, great. Any other?
Rachel, on top of page 3,
Okay.
I would like to ask John what you meant. It says agriculture building.
Says what?
Must have pulled some language from some other covenant.
Yeah. Well, I think you were drifting back to the year-long process we had on something else. So, remediation of.
Oh, yeah. And even, I still didn't see it, even though.
Okay, and on.
Okay, so wait, what is the change on that then?
Where are we?
Just a period after
Page
inspection,
three.
monitoring inspection, and if necessary, remediation of
The ski huts.
the ski
Structure we're
huts.
talking about.
Okay.
Cut and paste is dangerous.
I don't think I have the same thing you guys have. I can't find it.
Did you get us You know what?
I got First
Lindy,
Amendment covenant.
yeah, Lindy doesn't,
I keep looking for this stuff you people are talking about.
Lindy does not have the new
That's a
copy.
different covenant. Different covenant, there are two covenants.
I have a covenant,
Two
okay, so I
covenants.
just
One in
have
the
First
packet,
Amendment
one was-
covenant.
There's an employee
That's a different one.
covenant.
That's the employee housing
Oh my
covenant.
God, no wonder.
So-
Signatures.
Well,
Okay, all right.
Somebody's getting a lump.
okay, John, so what should that term be?
Just the what's the term here is the units or the ski huts.
Ski huts,
The ski huts? Okay.
Or the units.
okay.
And I have one more, if you don't mind, Rachel.
That's a very good catch, Jeff.
Just the language. On page 4 at the top, it, 4 sentence, reading additional parties as long as prior written of the change. I would assume you mean
Notice.
prior written notice. Is that right, John?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's all I had on it.
Okay. Are there any other comments on this one? I have developed a greater comfort level with this as we've gone forward over time, so I'll just let it go at that. And I think that pretty much ends our discussion. This is a public hearing. I'd like to open.
I apologize.
Okay, I just
Mr.
asked, I'm
Chairman.
sorry.
On the recitals of the amended resolution relative to the housing, I have one question on number 4, if you don't mind. This would be
Please.
on page 2 of the second resolution. Wendy?
I got it.
At least I got them in the right sequence this time.
Yeah, and it's just a clarification. It says, essentially in number 4, it's stating that the applicant shall execute a revised covenant. So I want to make sure I'm on the right page, in my brain. Second sentence, of course, we will get rid of substantially consistent with the attached draft, right?
Should it be attached to the resolution or not? The draft that we've agreed to or not?
What I'm wondering, are we relating this, in this resolution, to which covenant?
This.
The first
The-
amended
the,
covenant
the
that was
first
attached to
amendment.
the packet.
Okay,
Not
so
the
is that
other
language
covenant.
okay, John?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you, I mean,
I don't have
You
any
know,
problem with
Attached or-
reading it.
I think at least you should say covenant regarding,
Yeah.
some sort of, so we know which covenant we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I didn't know for sure.
Covenant regarding,
Okay, go to the end of that paragraph. It says, the applicant, the last sentence, the applicant shall submit the executed covenant to the county attorney for final review and approval. Are we stating here therefore that the county has final approval, or by, if this gets approved today, we are also giving final approval? You know, because it's stating you have the authority.
Yeah, what you're doing is you're okaying this draft, and there might be a couple of tweaks in here, and, like the typos and whatnot, I'd pick up when I had a chance to go through it again. So if we pick any of that up, we'll correct them, but what's going to be executed is what you've approved.
In substance is why, okay, good, so I don't need it for, thank you, Rachel,
yeah, no, that's okay,
for that. And now I have some language, if you don't mind, on the first amended, because we never look at that, and it's pretty brief. Let's go, if you don't mind, to second page, because the pages aren't numbered, but it's first amended, under item, the new number 10, okay? Are everyone there? Where in parentheses says, to one bedroom, etc. Okay, then let's just start it. At time of sale, transfer, conveyance, or foreclosure of the property of business, AST or buyer shall place funds in escrow for the benefit of the county pursuant to an escrow agreement approved by the county attorney, or provide financial security in the form. Now, here's a legal question, John. Should it say in a form and amount, or
No.
just form acceptable?
Well, the form will cover the amount, but the amount, if you want to if you want to eliminate that issue, the amount will be tied directly to 11, because the 11 will be the estimation on the construction cost. So the amount of the escrow or other security will be that amount.
Board, I mean, I think it's clearer when it says the amount.
That's fine.
Okay, form and the amount.
Okay. Going down to number 11, in the italics, to be determined based on current estimate. Should it not say to be determined based on the then current estimate for completion? Because the code might change, and I don't want someone to think on current estimate today, because
Well,
mitigation might change.
The reason it was done initially that way, and the $250,000 was put in, is because the timeline is only 2 years, and we bumped up the amount sufficient that everybody, staff-wise anyway, was comfortable with the amount being sufficient to get the job
Whatever it
done.
costs to build at the then.
At the time of the covenant, and it would be good enough to cover the next 2 years. There was enough latitude. I think the estimation for construction costs was like 200 and, yeah, something like that, and so we bumped it to 250.
Okay, so then that's been touched on already, so we'll forget my suggestion.
And Jack, just to go back, the reso actually requires that we get this estimate, so
Right.
it can be submitted by February 1st. So we're talking about a short time frame
Right.
anyway. So
Okay.
I think, that language will go away once we have the number that gets inserted into the covenant.
Yeah, good. Rachel, thanks for a little more patience.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I would open the public hearing on the Ashcroft, 2 different items, the Ashcroft Ski Touring Ski Rec Master Plan Amendments and GMQS exemption, and the Ashcroft Ski Touring extension of deadline for completion of employee housing units. Is there anyone here who would care to comment on that matter? There being none, I will close the public hearing on those 2 matters and bring this back to the board for potential motions. John, this has been a long process. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, or anything you think were there? Seemed to be there.
You've been very thoughtful and very considerate and very detailed. I appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate your patience as well. Jack?
I'll offer a
Well,
motion at
one second.
whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, please help me with this. On the first item, the resolution approving the Ashcroft Ski Touring Area Ski Rec Master Plan Amendment, which is the first resolution in our packets. I would like to have a motion to approve, subject to the following amendments. 1, that a language is added to prohibit subdivision of the Montezuma Mill site, that the amendments are made on number 5 of page 3 as discussed in the meeting, that the amendments are made on page 3, number 7B as discussed in the meeting, that the amendments are made to item 10C, relettering and adding language about the on-site wastewater treatment system maintenance.
And number 8?
I'm getting there, Jack.
Oh, well, 10 is, 8's before 10, so, sorry.
This was the order we discussed them.
Okay.
That
I'm
the
simple, you know.
that the language is added as per read by Cindy Hubin on the master planning efforts to the whereas section, and the condition requiring participation in master plan is dropped. That number 8, page 3, the schedule related to the completion is amended as discussed to allow concurrent and building of these items, and that, I think that was it. Okay.
11 is deleted, isn't it, then?
Yes.
Yes, we already
About that.
mentioned that. What was the other one?
16, we're doing
And
some.
16 is amended per the language discussed at the meeting to require the trails.
US Forest Service permit requirement and will
Strive to comply.
be consistent with the Pitkin County Nordic Trails Master Plan.
Strive to be
Yes, strive to be consistent.
Okay. And so is there a motion to that effect?
I'd like to make that motion approving a reso of the board, granting approval for the Ashcroft Ski Touring Area Ski Direct Master Plan Amendment and GMQS exemption for change of use for the cross-country ski huts on the Montezuma Mill site as amended.
I'll second it.
Okay, let me ask our attorney a question. Does that then include the restrictive covenant which we've discussed?
Yes.
We don't need a separate motion on
No,
that?
we do not.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Well, I'll make a brief discussion. I do want to thank you, John, for your patience. I mean that sincerely. I know this is seemingly tedious, but as you recall from our very first meeting, we certainly had a number of letters of neighbors who were very concerned, and certainly a number of letters of support. And if there's anything I gathered from all those letters of support, was they wanted to see the continuation of the ski touring at Ashcroft. And I think that we've gone the distance to try to ensure that that is the result at the end of the day from all of this without being unduly burdensome to you. And so I wish you great success with that going forward. And we actually finished it in this year, and I thought we might end up with it continued to next year. So it's not as tedious as I thought it was going to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank everyone else for their help and work on this. Anyone else care to make a comment, discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
There you go. Now we need a motion on the second item, the Ashcroft Ski Touring extension of deadline for completion of employee housing units.
I'd like to make that motion since I've been nursing this for 10 years.
Okay. And I can't remember, did we have any amendments on this one?
03 was when I burned that.
Did we have any amendments on this one?
Number 4,
Okay, number 4.
I think number 4 was the only thing that Jack had said, formed substantially consistent with the attached draft revised covenant regarding the employee housing units, just being clear which covenant we're referring to.
Okay, so there's motion to approve as amended. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this item? We have had a public hearing on both of these items already. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There are none. Thank you very much. Last
Thank you
bit of
very
business for
much.
the day.
Thank you for having it coincide with the snow.
We tried our
That's
best.
the most important.
So
Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very
John,
much.
my comment on 10 years was master plan, not specific to, but an element of.
Okay, Barbara, we have
Thanks,
probably
John.
a few last items that we can finish as a board to finish this meeting off. And let's all see what we can do to get through those. John, what do you have for us for open discussion today?
A few items on open discussion. First, yesterday, we briefly discussed use of the remaining discretionary fund from the board for the victims of the fire down in Basalt. After the distributions that the board had already decided on, there's $4,825 left in that discretionary fund. In visiting with Nan Sundin from our Health and Human Services department, there really are two options. The preferred option is to contribute to the fund at Vectra Bank. Today, the Eagle County Health and Human Services Department agreed to administer that fund. Our understanding is the use of it will be to provide deposits to help folks who are victims, who have lost their homes in that fire, pay the last month's typical deposit that's required for a new rental, especially if they don't have that cash on hand. to my knowledge, they haven't established eligibility criteria or that sort of thing, but it does give us quite a bit of confidence that Eagle County Health and Human Services has agreed to administer that fund and make sure they're distributed. The other alternative would be to make a contribution to the Red Cross, and that would, you know, if the board were to decide to go that way, we'd recommend going to the Western Slope Red Cross so that it doesn't go into the national pool, but at least is insured for use on the Western Slope. We don't know what the direct relationship would be to the fire victims in that case.
Okay.
I like the first option better.
Okay. And let me ask the board, do we want to do the full amount of the remaining discretionary funds? You know, what did you say, Rob? It's 30 for 3 individuals, 11 different families.
11 units, 33 units.
I think it's...
Only 10 units were occupied, right?
I don't know that off the top of the head.
I usually don't.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I read that too.
10 units are occupied. So at some level, that would be close to $480, $82 per unit to assist them. I personally think we should do the full amount. You know, if we hold back and there's another 1,000 that goes into our general fund reserves and their general fund operating, it's so infinitesimal, it will make very little difference. To these individual families, it will make a very, very big difference. And, you know, just by way of scratching my head and thinking about the situation, I had called the housing office this morning and asked, you know, do you still have availability with Maralt units? And they said they had done some discussion, or at least had had calls from the Red Cross. They didn't know if there'd been follow-through about that. And I said, well, just out of curiosity, what does it cost to get you into a Maralt unit? And it's first, last, and security is like $3,150. And so for any of these families, that's just an example of a type of thing of what it's going to cost you to get into a place. This amount of $480 a family would be barely 1/6 of what it would cost you to match that type of thing. So I think it's appropriate. If others have a different dollar amount and some we'd like to return to the general fund, I certainly respect that and understand why. This is a project in Eagle County. It's not even a project, it's a private apartment building, but they are valued members.
Yeah, I support that. This is definitely a tragedy for, not only for those residents, but, you know, for all of us, for the community. The discretionary fund was set up specifically to help out in dire circumstances, and this is certainly a dire circumstance. And to sort of nickel and dime and figure, well, we'll save a few dollars into the general fund in terms of the impact we'll have on the general fund versus the impact and the positive impact we would have to help these families, I think is weighs much more in terms of that direction. So I support that.
Okay. Jack?
Question, John. In this kind of circumstance, now these people, and I'm assuming this because I don't know the facts, but they probably had to have a first, last, or some, you know, to get in. So shouldn't they get some kind of a deposit back?
They should.
I mean, technically, we don't know. We won't answer the rest of the question. Well, I just think this has evolved pretty amazingly from a brief conversation with you touching base from $500. So yeah, I'm kind of taken aback. As I stated yesterday, I totally understand the need because I have a family member that went through the same thing. So,
well, Jack, if I can just clarify for myself, I did try to touch base privately with individuals yesterday. I really had let the details slip or wasn't aware of the number of individuals and units. And so, you know, otherwise I would have started talking about a higher number. I really was not thinking about how many people were affected and how perhaps meaningless the token would be to have only done $500 out of our budget.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the chicken way out. I wanna hear what Rob says.
Okay.
I like putting the new guy on the line.
Put me on the spot, that's okay. You know, a friend of mine went through this about 15 years ago, and there's nothing like going to a store to buy someone's, teary-eyed, buying someone's socks because they don't have socks. You know, and when they're out, everything,
Yeah.
it's a big deal. You know, on the other side, to me, it's not about, you know, the money that's going to go back into the general fund, a nickel and diming type thing, or to me, it's about, you know, big things come up, and if this were January 1st, how would we treat this if we had $10,000 in our fund? Would it be, let's not nickel and dime them and let's give them the whole $10,000? To me, this is a tragedy. Let's make something, let's do something that's going to be meaningful. And really, any dollar is meaningful to these types of people, because I've been there with a very good friend that's gone through this, and I know what it's like to have that sort of support. You know, and to me, it's more about the precedence of setting, all right, we're emptying our account out because, you know, there's never going to be enough money to replace what they've lost. I mean, I would pick a number like 2,500 and move forward with that.
Okay. You know, and it's always a challenge, various requests. One sec.
Yeah.
You know, I just gotta give an example. It was me on this board maybe 2 years ago, into my second year, so it was longer ago than that. And the thrift shop was still struggling to make its construction note for its reopening. And, you know, we were playing back and forth with whether there should be 10,000 or something. And I think it ended up being either $50,000 or $75,000, which was a very large contribution. It came from our general fund, not from our discretionary fund. And it was an acknowledgement of the great work that the thrift shop does and how they return so many dollars back to the community, and gratitude for their great many years. There's no benchmark for these things. They're all unique and they're all individual. And so, you know, last night I was thinking about it a little bit, and I actually thought, you know, maybe it was strangely fortuitous that we didn't have all those small requests to have our discretionary fund this year. Maybe, you know, strange serendipity, you know, and so anyhow, I'll leave it at that. Jack?
Yeah, Rob helped me figure out a way to go here, and I'm going to support the full amount because of what we've done in the past. We've cleaned out the account for a number of years in a row at the end of the year. So I'm okay with that, and I still wanted to get everyone's feedback before I went there.
Okay.
I was kind of there, but I still needed it.
I'm happy with the full amount.
Yeah, and it's a very good discussion point,
Yeah.
because, you know, it's not something we can jump to the ready all the time. Okay, we're lucky we can, and we.
And I agree with Vector, and I assume we all do.
Yeah, I agree
Yes.
with Vector, thanks. And,
Okay.
and I had used the first, last, and security just as an example of the magnitude of expense. It's not earmarked towards that. It could be the socks. It could be a new fry pan for the new apartment you're leasing. Okay, so there we go.
So a question, Vector Bank will collect the money, who's going to help figure out how it's distributed?
The
Nan
Eagle County-
working with?
It won't be Nan. I think in this case, the Eagle County Health and Human Services, yeah, has.
Her counterpart.
And we're comfortable, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Just a couple quick updates. Did receive a call from the Forest Service today, and we will be receiving a NEPA scoping letter on the Aspen Ranger District admin property down on 7th. They are looking at the possibility of selling an acre or liquidating an acre of the 3 acres they have there as, you know, part of the financing tool to redevelop that site. So we'll be seeing that. They wanted to give us a heads up. I think a notice has already gone out to the press, or is going out to the press today on that.
Yeah, I would clarify, a notice has gone out to the press. I got a heads-up call as well. I had on my notes to bring up if they hadn't reached you as well. And they very specifically are, I asked what the time frame, and he said he thought it'd be a 30-day scoping process. And he also said, wanted to get a little footnote, that it may seem unusual doing it over Christmas, yet this is when we felt the most residents would be there in the West End who may be aware of it, and maybe surrounding properties who may be interested in commenting. So I'll just leave it at that. George?
So does the NEPA process address the potential uses of that acre of land that they're looking to sell?
I would think it would.
I would assume it would,
Yeah.
but it depends on how they structure their action that they're reviewing.
But what we're getting is a scoping letter, so we can certainly, we're going to get a chance to comment on the scope of the analysis. So that's certainly something that
You can bring up if
yeah,
it's not included.
as far as compatibility and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they have mentioned that before as a potential source of funding their new center, new facility at 7th and Main. If you're kind of thinking along the lines, which does strike me in the back of the mind of, should we put in a NEPA comment that this should be sold for affordable housing purposes as opposed to free market purposes, they would take that and analyze it and then come back and say, maybe it's all about the return or what they're required by federal law to receive in value, or they can't do a bargain sale, or, we could talk jointly, perhaps some communications with the city over the next month to say, are you guys interested in pursuing that for housing or not? But it seems like it might be challenging as a neighborhood.
Yeah, and I also just wonder, I think it's a good idea to have some communication with the city and perhaps look at how that may interplay with the AACP as well.
Yeah, I could see it particularly having some relationship to the type of new facilities they build, because they, we're going from real plain vanilla before all the way to, this could be a place where environmentally conserved nonprofits could have a desk, and we could have a real visitor welcome center and orientation, and they really had done some charrette type of work this early summer to imagine that as a 21st century facility that may, be all sorts of things to the Forest Service and not really give up an Aspen location. And I know they had heard from neighbors to say, yes, a pocket park would be best, and it may be something the city or private homeowners are interested in buying as a pocket park, but they were also thinking, they have the Merle open space and the golf course open space nearby, and every neighborhood wants a pocket park when it seems like there's a development impending nearby. Put it that way. But we'll see that, and we'll have a chance. But when you talk to Steve Barwick, just let him know that we probably would like to have some joint communications about it.
Last thing, I have not had a chance to review the letter, but I did get a note from Ellen Sassano that Senator Bennett has issued a letter on the low altitude training flights requesting a full EIS. So as soon as we have a full copy of that, we'll get you one, but I trust Ellen's note on that. So.
Very nice.
Right.
And that's all I have for you.
Okay. Did any other board members have any open discussion items they'd like to bring up? No? Okay. I will just give a quick reminder to the note that Phyllis had mentioned before, is that they are trying to clean our office out upstairs in the larger storage area, and the little yellow dots or orange dots are there, so if there's anything you want to tag to make sure it's kept in those shelves, be sure to look through and tag it, but they're hoping to kind of accomplish that in the first couple of weeks of January, so use that holiday week to kind of look through your office space a little bit. And I don't have anything else other than, I guess I'd like to wish John a very great thank you for your first year. January 1st will be your first full year with us. I think it's been a good year. John, I don't know how many years it's been for you, but I don't think you have that January 1st anniversary at quite the same momentous, and wish you and your family a very happy first Christmas and New Year's in Aspen.
Well,
And healthy, particularly.
and healthy, that's a more challenging one, I think. Well, thank you. It's been a fantastic year, and looking forward to even better 2012. So thank
As
you
we
for
all
your
are.
patience and training a new manager here.
Yes, there we go. All right, is there?
Also enjoy your first Christmas in your residential community also.
Yeah.
It's known as Village.
Yeah, well, I meant that in the community, not just with the county. But so, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Thank you, Grassroots, for a great year as well. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye, very good.